Hey, sorry, for some reason I couldn't get my closed captioner to start, but it's starting now. Everything's good. We're ready. Just means a slightly longer intro time than normal. My bad. I don't know why it wouldn't pick me up. I was like, listen, I'm not talking that quietly. You can definitely hear me. Right, let's have a look over here. Be honest, I haven't really checked anything else. Like, for instance, if you're shuffling, which you're definitely not. Shuffle on, please. And then go to the next one. No, that's not shuffling. That's just going down the list. That's not shuffling. Okay, what about now? Okay. That is shuffling. Right, sorry. I will forever be angry at my YouTube for not shuffling. Sleeves and Oz and Bitmap, welcome on in and thank you for the egg sleeves. Let me just change screen really quickly. Hello. Welcome on in, everyone. Again, I apologize. I'm still sick. Not like really, really bad, honestly. It's just my voice at this point, which is like not coming back. We love it. We love it. We love sickness here. For real, I'll be fine. It's like a cold. And hopefully better in a couple days. But until then, my voice is a little bit shot and I can't be quite as loud as I'd like to be. So if I'm not screaming the Venga bus, that is why. I'll just be quietly whispering it. We do have, though, another camera set up specifically for sewing, which if I move some stuff around immediately, you can kind of see how it will work. Wait 2 seconds, let me just get my sewing machine a bit close, because otherwise it's going to be very underwhelming. Look! Now you can see! You can see in the machine, when the machine's turned on nice and bright, you can see! So like, if I grab the sewing we're doing, I have actually started on the second leg, I'll show you that in a sec, but well, you can actually see it, hopefully. I try my best. It's difficult because the detail I'm doing is quite small, but I think comparatively you should still see better than where you were before. You can also see my jelly sticker. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Also, 2 seconds. I can hear something going on. I'm sorry, I know I've just started stream, but... Okay, it's fine. Sorry. There we go. Back down to I can show this thing again. There we go. Heck yeah, angles. I think it's pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with it. It will just mean that hopefully as we're adding veins, you'll be able to see a little bit more. I will have to be a bit careful with this hand because obviously that could get in the way and like cover it completely. But I think with the kind of sewing we do, I do tend to keep my hands around the outside of the hoop just so that I'm not putting them in any danger. So I think it should be okay. Ah, dear. Heck yeah. Also, Gromit, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. To you too. Also, that is heckin' cute. Especially after the thing that Gromit just put in chat. Nod. Oh, dear. So yeah, that's how we're going to be going today. I have also got in the background Animal Crossing, so if it gets too much for my voice speaking over the machine, we'll just swap over. But I wanted to get some sewing work done today, and if I switch back to sewing face cam, I have actually started the second leg. I think I've done 2 rows and I'm on the 3rd right now. So for those who weren't here last week, we managed to finish the first leg, which I do need to remember which side is the front. You can kind of tell it's this one. Okay, so this is what the first leg looks like now. It's absolutely covered in veins. Just so you can kind of see the whole thing. It makes the whole fabric look a bit darker, but I actually kind of like that. And you can see the little points between the veins are a little bit redder. If I once again swap cameras back to here, I can kind of show you it pretty close up now. So you can see a lot more of all the texture we've added. Hell yeah. So you can see the thick veins and the thin veins. The only thing is, because it is quite dark, it does blow out the camera a little bit, my bad, but hopefully at the very least you can see the texture. Yeah, it's there. Okay, I'm back. Did you say the kitty ain't cute? I would never. Poop color fabric, let's go. That's not my poop fabric. I have poop fabric. Where'd it go? Oh, it's up there. Oh, I think there's stuff on top of it. You just have to trust me then. This is the poop fabric. This is not so poop. Not unless you're sick. If you're sick, this is poop colored because this is red. But otherwise, I'd say this is. There is another fabric that better suits poop. Yeah, not this one. Another one. Cthulhu, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. I hope your work went well yesterday as well. What did we do yesterday? We did Animal Crossing. Hard work, very hard. Baby poop green is my favorite color. Heck yeah. I'm not really using any green. I do feel like it would work though if we added a very dark green into maybe some of the grooves, because this is a molded costume. Oh, also, do you want to see something else I could do? Wait a minute, I have to mute myself, but then. Hello everyone. So it turns out my camera has a microphone in it, which means with how close it is to my face, I could do ASMR. Oh dear. A very cursed ASMR, but I can do it. If I decide to change what cosplay I make, is that okay? Yeah, always. Listen, there have been many a times where I've changed competition costume live on stream. I've been like, you know what, this isn't suitable anymore, we're doing a different one. Nothing wrong with that. Like, the thing is as well, with costumes that you don't finish, either you can always come back and finish at a later date, and that's fine, or you can always reuse that for parts and make a different costume. Both is good. Like, you shouldn't feel like you ever have to finish it if you're really not enjoying the costume. You think I'm pregnant now? Oh, you're pregnant now. Sorry, my bad. I was like, whoa, how did I get pregnant? For my beautiful ASMR? Heck yeah. You know what? My bad, everyone. If I made you pregnant, it wasn't my intention. I forgot I need to rethread the bobbin. That's why I stopped. Because I had to redo the bobbin and I didn't want to. Typical laziness. Oh dear. Honestly though, I'm kind of glad I got any work done at all, because on Monday I had no energy whatsoever. Yesterday I had pretty low energy. I'm feeling a bit better today. My voice is still like, it like just wants to go into like that kind of talking. And I'm assuming it's because the top of my mouth is quite swollen. Because like, I could breathe in my nose just fine, but it sounds like I'm talking with a blocked nose, and I'm not. The top of my mouth is just really swollen. Is that something on me? Oh, that is. Fluff. I said, whoa, that looks like a spider. Which I guess wouldn't be too much of a problem, but I don't really want them on me midstream. Where is that bin? Like, I still want to make it. I just want to be the other one and I don't want to wait. Yeah. Like, I literally have a box of unfinished costumes. Nothing wrong with it. We'll all survive. As long as you're okay with it, it's fine. It's fine. So I may be making a snow queen by Hans Christian Andersen. Ooh! That'll be a fun one. Heck yeah. Yeah, at the end of the day, you have to be really fun. Like, especially if you're doing a really big costume project, you have to really enjoy it and, like, be happy with what you're making, because otherwise, like, you'll hit a wall at some point because there's something else you want to make more. One thing I do, which is not going to be useful for everyone, but I try to stay away from costume designs that I'll know I'll like when I'm making like a really big costume, unless they're to add to the folder, because I don't want to start planning another costume while I'm making a really, really big one. Like, I'm happy to plan smaller costumes, but I don't want to plan a costume of the same size, because yeah, at the end of the day, you have to be really hyped about what you're making. People work on these costumes for years for these competitions. And so if you're not hyped about it, you're wasting years of your life when you could be making something that you're actually hyped about. I wish I could find my smaller scissors. I have no idea where they are. Oh, if I made you pregnant, that wasn't my intention. I don't think that'll hold up in court. Really? Damn it. Shoot, have you got any better lines? Alright. Let's call this up. Up to here again. And then, there we go. So, making sure. I'm not really at a stage where I can start like folding it over yet and like pinning it. There's just not quite enough there. Right. Do that. Move away from it. And then trim that starting thread. Thing, like just and filling in all the space. I found out Hans Christian Andersen is bisexual, and a little mermaid about him and his male best friend who he fancied, but the friend didn't feel the same way. He wrote it when he found out his friend was married to a woman. Oh, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that. Sweet. Yeah. You know what I found out today, and I posted it in the Discord if you want the proof. I found out that if you can opt to having your flesh turned in, or the cells from your flesh turned into leather after you die. That's what I found out today. I don't know that I necessarily needed to know that, but now I do. And you know what? I blame Demos' stream, that it's their fault that I now know this, because they brought up human leather, and I was like, I wonder if that's a real thing that you could like use. Like, what if I made a costume out of human leather? What then? I kind of like the idea though. Like, that would be a strong costume. Like, hello, yes. The material I use, why, that's human leather, of course. That's leather made out of donated human cells. What of it? I like that idea. Oh, thank you for the egg. Welcome on in, Scott. And Ironhide, welcome. Man, try to cut talking tree. Tree says don't cut me. I am a talking tree. Man says he may be a talking tree, but you're tired. Ban! Thank you, Gobby. You were on it way before me. Oh dear. And I see that one, and I'm like, I recognize that all the signs were there. God damn it. When I die, I want to be a mushroom suit or be turned into a tree sea pod. Ooh, I do see, like, I have seen before, like, there's options of, like, becoming trees. It's a really nice idea, especially if people who are more connected to the environment and stuff like that. There we go. And no, I am not a joke bot. Sure. I want to make a book out of human leather. I think if we've added their skin when they die. Apparently that's not a normal request. Thing is, if it's made out of just cells, could you not donate those cells when you're alive? And like, because otherwise you'll never, you know, live to see your own leather. Like, and if it is just cells, you wouldn't need, like, it's not like they take the skin off the humanness. They just take the cells and then create leather out of those cells. Like, why could you not donate those when you're alive, you know? And then you can see the leather you make. I don't know. I kind of like the idea. I'm making little circles, and it just makes it look like all the connecting pieces have like slightly thicker edges and stuff like that. It looks nice, but it is also something you're doing quilting, so if you were to get into quilting, you'd probably see that technique. Same with some of the other ones I'm doing, where I'm doing like a zigzag between points. Like, that's pretty common too. So even though I am doing this to make names, I am using some pretty more traditional techniques as well. Just for fun, really. I like adding them in as like small Easter Easter egg for anyone who's a bit more, I guess they know free motion a bit better. I want to be taxiderming big unicorn ones in a cowboy hat. Ah! Fair. You know what? It's your death. You do what you want. Well, at least I can ask for their butt skin. No one's gonna look into it. That's true. Who's gonna? No one's gonna find out it's butt skin. And if you did look, wow, why'd you look at their butt, you weirdo? Let me see what I could probably make it happen. I figured if I lose enough weight, I could get plastic surgery to remove the excess and then use that. I never thought of that. But you're right. Like, if you had like excess skin to be removed, could you keep it? I don't know. It would be a weird request for the doctor, I expect, but like I also don't see any reason why you couldn't. That's what you think, goddamn it, Covet. I just have to do the other half down here. Oh dear. My skin, I don't see why I can't, but I'm sure it'd have to be treated immediately, wouldn't it? Like, they couldn't just leave it to one side while you wake up. Like, surely they'd need to start draining and drying it, right? I'd assume. Like, they'd have to be in on it to an extent, right? At that point, it would be blah, 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 blah. I cannot be waiting for this. No, it's alright. I've already looked into human flesh this morning. It's like, I could look into it more. Pig skin is similar to human skin? No, I think so. Would we make good crackling? With that logic? We have a lot of skin, like, would we be good? I'm not gonna test it, but one. There you go. So that's where we finished, around there. That looks pretty cool. Pip, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I have everything in place ahead of time. It is, yes, because tattooers use pig skin to practice, not human skin. They also use oranges, right? Okay, I'm pretty sure I've seen them use oranges before. And snip. There you go. So I'm just snipping all the threads off, of which there are only a few, but still worth getting rid of them. Covering from getting COVID first round, but it wasn't fun. Yeah, no. I hope you feel better soon though, to be fair. COVID is, it's nasty. It's nasty condition. Very, makes you feel really sick. Oh dear. But honestly, welcome to the sick brigade though. I am also sick, but not with COVID. With some sort of throat thing. Specifically, it's just my throat. It's alright though, it is on the mend. I feel like I have more energy today, and I don't think I've had a fever today, so we're getting there. What is, I have no idea. I literally never programmed it to do anything, so whatever it says in chat is completely of its own volition in my mind, because I never made it do anything. What am I working on? So I don't know how well you can see this, but I'm sewing veins into my fabric. It makes the fabric overall look a little bit darker, but also it adds a hell of a lot of texture, and that's really what we're going for, is the added texture. So my fabric will be nice and veiny, and that is for the inside suit for the molded part of our Resident Evil 7 costume, because the molded is like a distorted human. Excuse me, sniff. A distorted human. That then had its like bones become like an exoskeleton, and all of its insides are like. So this is for its insides. This is going to be the fabric that we use for that. Yes, we'll make a whole bodysuit out of it, and then we'll add the exoskeleton on top. So my mouth is like very swollen. So even though I don't have a blocked nose, it just sounds like I do. It's like ah. And it honestly feels like I do, except that I can completely breathe through my nose. It's just the top of it's like the top of my mouth is swollen into my tongue a little bit. Not badly, but like enough that it's like, oh. Oh. Oh yeah, sorry. I can look right at it and be like, oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, we have the pictures on screen. Yeah, that feels a bit better now. I'll probably have to make more tea as the stream progresses, but actually I'm feeling pretty good. It's really nice as well to like have you guys look into my machine as I sew. Maybe eventually I can get it where I have a top-down camera for larger projects and like a more in-depth camera. Probably from the other side I think is what I'd prefer, but yeah, that'd be cool. Morag, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Ugh. Hell yeah. Good vibes songs. Oh, also if anyone's curious, this is a closed hoop foot. Normally I use an open hoop foot, but this one squeaks less. And so, because this one squeaks less, I'm using the closed hoop foot, but either are fine. It just, as you can kind of see if I go slowly, it like jumps up and down with the sewing and like pushes it in just very briefly for the stitch, and then it leaves it back up, which means it's really easy for me to move around underneath the machine. With a foot that's just constantly down, it's a little difficult because it doesn't give you the same mobility that this does, which gives you lots of mobility every time that the foot goes back up again. But also because the foot is down when it does the stitch, it doesn't like bunch underneath the fabric, because most of the time anyone who sews will know if you have your foot up when you're sewing, your stitches will like nest underneath the fabric because it pushes down for the stitch. It doesn't cause nesting. Really useful foot to have, honestly, if you want to do free motion. You can get either the open hoop foot or the closed hoop foot. In my mind, there is like very little difference, except that for me, one of mine squeaks more than the other, and so I just switched to this to avoid the squeaking. But like generally, other than like small things like that, which might honestly be more than me problem, there are very little differences between the two. There we go. I'm a little blind sometimes, it's fine. Me too. It's my own stream and I forget. Oh, there we go. perfectly, but that's kind of part of the look. It's like I could go over and over and over again, but like in my mind that's a waste of time. It doesn't add to the texture that I want to have. As long as it's basically golden, it's fine. Again, I think you can kind of see, but I keep my hands on the outside of the hoop, especially when I'm playing glass, because the foot goes up and down. If you push it, you can very easily push it over your finger. That it's not dangerous as long as you're careful, but like if this was a larger hoop and I was further away, I could very much push my finger underneath it when it's up. And most feet on sewing machines don't go up and down, which is why they're a bit safer, because they're not going up while you're sewing. Whereas this one does. And I still don't consider it particularly dangerous. It's just one of those things like keeping your fingers outside the hoop makes it a little bit safer. And also it's easier to maneuver the thread like that anyway. There isn't really any reason to go more dangerous and put your hand like here as you sew it. Like, wouldn't do that. That'd be a bad idea. Oh my god, the dance party. Wait, is that oh heck yeah. I forgot to mention, you know I was talking about Shifty's art competition? Well, we actually won a prize on Shifty's art competition. If you want to see what the winner was, go and check out Shifty's streams because you'll see it there pretty often. I actually made Shifty a VTuber for the art competition, and I'm pretty pleased with it. It's pretty heckin' cool. It's a pretty heckin' cool piece. If you guys want to see that, check out Shifty. They're using it on most of their streams at the moment. So you should be able to spot it. I wanted to do like a historical style jester based on one of their emotes. Specifically, if I go down and find it, Shifty, why are you so low? There you go. This one. So I wanted to do like a historical VTuber based on this, but like a human. And I'm pretty heckin' happy with it, honestly. Shifty does a lot of like D&D and stuff like that, so it kind of made sense to do like a bit more historical. Also, Lark, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. We've got a new camera angle so you can kind of see what I'm actually doing. It is not a secret anymore. I go round and round in circles with my tiny hoop, and now you can see it. Look at all this. There we go. Da, da, da. It's alright. That's a good one. There we are. That was the really big vein that we filled in right at the beginning. It gets bigger when you add more branching pieces, of course, but like, yeah, that was a nice big one for the circle. Not all the circles have a big vein in it, but I try to get one in every other one at least, so that there are plenty of larger veins, because they'll just be a bit more obvious once it's finished than all the little ones. Like, because you have to bear in mind, from a distance, this is just gonna look like almost, it'll look textured, but it'll look like shaded more than textured. So this is really just for like having a few stand out a bit more. Got a big adult letter day, got called as a witness in a court case. Ooh, nothing I know anyone's directly involved, just to establish a timeline of events. I had that once. I wasn't called as a witness though, but I had to make a witness statement. Oops, sorry. Bash camera. I had to make a witness statement once. And I felt, yeah, like, oh my god, I'm nervous. It was a lot of paperwork to fill in as well, because a lot of it was like yes, no, and then you had to write how you saw it happen, and where and when, according to you, and like, I was really nervous. I wasn't going to be a good witness, because at the time that the event happened, I had a really bad chest infection. And we were standing out, and it must have been like 10, 11 o'clock at night waiting for the police to arrive. What had happened was a car pulled out into a cyclist and completely, like, the cyclist went right over the car. Not cyclist, biker. So motorcyclists went straight over the hood of the car, and like their bike was broken up. They, I think, went straight into shock, to be honest. We stayed with them, but they immediately got up and like started moving around and stuff like that. But like, as they waited there, I think they'd hurt their arm pretty badly. Obviously, they'd also flown over the hood, so like, you know, they'd hit most pieces of their body, to be honest, but they were okay. I don't think they went away in the ambulance. An ambulance did arrive, but they don't think they went away in it. They kind of were just like, my bike! Understandably, but motorbike, very expensive. And we had to make a witness statement for basically saying that, yeah, we watched the car pull into the bike. And like, you know, there would have been nothing the bike could have done at that point to swerve out of the way and basically say who we thought had done it, which was like, I felt a bit better because I knew there were security cameras around there, so I was like 99% sure it was probably caught on camera. So even if I wasn't, I missed bits out, it was probably okay. But yeah, I was really nervous filling all that in, because I just didn't want to get anything wrong, and so I was leaving things blank because I was like, I just don't 100% remember. And yeah, but then it made me nervous because I wasn't filling it all in. I was like 5 minutes from my house and I was driving to work, so I can place them at a particular place at a very specific time. That's really good. I was on my way to the pub or back from the pub. I think I was going to the pub. I don't think I'd been to the pub yet. But I was like the kind of witness you don't want. I was a student. I was really sick, honestly. And like, I think I was on my way to the pub just based on where it happened. That feels like I was on my way, not on the way back. But yeah, it was cool. Obviously it was not just me. There was me and 2 others walking together, and we were witnesses, but like only in paper. We didn't have to go anywhere, and I was very nervous just filling in my paper forms. So listen, I had been drinking. I don't remember if I had been though, which probably is an indication that probably I had been. I also had a really bad chest infection. No, I can't have been drinking because I had a chest infection, but then I was also, maybe it was. I don't remember. But all I remember was I was really sick, and I couldn't remember some bits like that they were asking for, and I was just really glad that it was in an area with a lot of security cameras, so probably they could get the footage. I was not the defendant, no. Also, Krypton, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. We have a new camera angle, so hopefully you can see a little better what's going on while I'm sewing. You sound like a terrible witness. I'm like a Phoenix Wright witness. I change my story every few seconds. The thing is, I did watch it as it happened in front of me. It wasn't something where I turned after hearing a noise. I was stood there, like, facing the car as it pulled out in front of the bike. So I did watch it exactly as it happened. and it was honestly like quite bad. Like, while it did happen at night, you could see the bike coming. And yeah, the only thing I could say is the driver did stop to check if the person was okay, but then they did drive off before the police arrived. So the driver did at least, it wasn't like a complete hit and run, but it was also like, you probably want to stay because like this is quite bad, and like while they're not dead, they're not well either. But we stayed with him, the guy that had been pushed off the bike, until the police arrived, and then they took our details so that we could give a statement at a later date. Yeah. Can I? I really did my best. I was just very nervous. But like, yeah, I basically just detailed exactly what I saw. I was like, you know, where I was stood, where I was looking, why I saw the entire thing. That the car, like you could hear the bike coming, and then the car just pulled out in front of the bike. The biker was wearing Viz stuff, like they weren't subtle. And then when the bike hit the car, that they flew over the top about where they landed. I did detail as well that they did get up immediately, and then over time started to get worse. But I think that's just shock and adrenaline, right? Like, it wasn't like they broke their arm after after falling off the bike. No, I think they probably gave themselves some pretty bad injury. Well, I say they didn't give themselves the injuries, the car gave it to them, but I think they had some pretty bad injuries, and they probably shouldn't have got up as quickly as they did, because by the time that we left, I don't think they could walk. I know that their leg was like, basically they hit pretty much all of themselves, but they definitely landed on one side, and one side was bad. But they did have proper armor on, so they weren't scratched up. But I think they had probably broken their arm and maybe something on their leg. And they also smacked their head on the ground multiple times. So they were wearing a helmet, but also like you just don't know if that's going to have done anything. So like, I obviously have no idea what happened in that case. I am going to make assumptions it was pretty clear cut because like, again, I assume they had it on CCTV just based on where it happened. And also, like, you know, I don't imagine any other witnesses said anything different to what I said, which was like, car pulled out in front of him. It's pretty clear cut. Oh, no, multiple times. Yeah, like, he went pretty far. So the road is like a pretty fast road that he pulled out on. So I imagine the bike was probably going about 40, 50 miles an hour. And when the car pulled out, the bike hit the bonnet and he went whew. So he like smacked one side pretty badly, but he kept going. Like he went quite far away from the crash, and that's why when he got up immediately we were like, oh. But then obviously he wasn't in the best state because he'd been going the speed limit, but like it is quite a fast road, and he just and the bike was all over the road. The bike was smashed. Like, that's what his first priority was, so he started getting up and looking for bike parts, and it was like, mate, please, come to the side of the road. Get off the road. Also, are you okay? So he had, like, 3 students, like, ah! Like, get off the road. But, like, yeah. I'm assuming he's probably okay, and he probably had some, like, injuries he had to recover from, just based on, like, how I saw him. He was conscious, he was talking, like, he was just shook. Very shook. Oh my god. Got knocked on a bicycle a few years ago, and to be honest, I got up pretty quickly. My brain go, get off the road, and the pain set in about 6 to 12 hours after, then hurt for 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, also Helix, welcome on in. That's kind of what we watched happen. Like, he got up immediately, and he was limping a bit, but like, other than that, he seemed fine, which was odd considering what had just happened, right? But then, as he like sat at the side of the road waiting for the police to arrive, like it was pretty obvious he couldn't use one of his arms at all. Like he couldn't take his jacket off or anything like that, and he then couldn't stand up. And it's like, okay, so it's probably worse than what it initially looked like, because he probably went straight into adrenaline mode and like, yeah, it's fine, I don't self-conscious and talking the whole time, which, considering like that kind of head smack, I guess you take what you can get. It's the only time I've had to give a witness statement, but it's like not even the only time that sort of thing has happened to me. And I swear, there was a small period in my life where I was like, do I just bring misfortune upon strangers? Because the amount of people that are just like, I've had to call an ambulance for so many people now, and I'm just like, I'm just there. I don't know these people. Maybe it's a good thing that I'm stuck in the house all the time. I can't spread my bad luck anymore. People bounce, they do. It's very, I don't know how to describe it. It's very uncomfortable to look at. Sounds like energy in my head whenever I start a social interaction, just boing. That's my sound. I'd be collecting my bike parts too. That's exactly, he literally looked at his bike for a moment, saw it across the road, and was like going to check out the bits that were like on the road. It was like, mate, you can't do that. No. And as much as I appreciate your commitment to your bike, please, first of all, get off the road. And second of all, are you okay? Like, you flew a fair distance there. Ugh. Shiny was there though. Like, I don't remember, there was somebody else with us, and I can't remember who it was. But I remember Shiny being there, because I remember messaging them and being like, are you filling in your witness statement too? Because me too. Oh god, I managed to not hit my head just skidding along the road for 10 meters. That I'm assuming though, if depending on what you're wearing, but like that skidding is like pretty bad too, because you could take off a lot of your skin, and then you don't want tarmac in your body. Oh dear. Ugh. I had to go to so many people, kind of suspicious. Yeah, honestly, I was feeling very suspicious. Like, it doesn't happen super often, but when I've talked to other people, it seems like it's not, like they've not had to do it at all. So the fact that I've done it multiple times now, I'm like, wait a minute, am I the problem? Is it me? Do people just die around me? Oh my god. But yeah, I think it's just bad luck. Also, despite how I act in general life, I actually have quite a calm head in emergencies. I'm actually pretty good at it. Maybe it's because I have practice. Oh dear. But like, I actually have quite a cool head if something does happen. I'm also first aid trained, so that, you know, as well, just in case. Shiny was also good with a thank god they had some hope. You want tarmac about it? You don't want tarmac in your body, that's bad. You get that tarmac out of your body, it's so don't put tarmac in your body. That's bad. I don't know, I felt like a bit of a bad luck charm for a while, because it was like, god, no one else I know has seen this many incidents. Why have I seen so many? And they're all different as well. But yeah, only one of them ever required a witness statement. I did the very best that I could, and I think I did the right thing in leaving things blank if I didn't know, rather than, or just putting like, no idea. Because that way I didn't spread any false information, I just kind of only spread the information that I was sure about. Like, I didn't remember the license plate of the car. But I think someone had taken a picture of it. It wasn't me. I think one of the other two had, but I didn't remember it, so like I didn't put it down because I didn't know. Oh, you have to head to bed. Good luck, love. I hope that it goes well when you do have to do that. You got this. You got this. Oh, have you forgotten me? Have I been forgotten? Oh god. There we go. Get that back in there. Hey, there we are. There we are. Music returneth. Go. Hi, is this an an embroidery machine. It is not, Teresa. This is a sewing machine, but I am able to drop the feed on it, which means I could do something called free motion embroidery. But it is not an embroidery machine in theory. Because it's all me. I'm the one doing this. Embroidery machines are a bit more automated. Like, it's more like 3D printing, whereas this is still very much like a sewing machine. Nice. Wow. Stretch the back, stretch the back. Two elements. I have a Sega sewing machine. I didn't even know how to get the tension of the underneath thread. My boyfriend had his Nan's. Excuse me. His mum has a crank. The handle one has Nan's model up. It's electric. Either a light. It's electric. Either a light. Ah, dear. I can't remember how easy it is to drop the feed on the older machines. I do think it still depends on the machine that you have about whether or not this is something you can do. Basically, the way that I describe machines are with faff and without faff. Faff is not a bad thing, but it is like not a necessary thing to sew a standard garment, you know? This kind of function is definitely faff, but like it's faff that I love, and like it's like that I use a lot of. But a lot of sewing machines will not include the faff, and if they don't include the faff, then they might not have Excuse me. There we go. When you turn the handle still works. My boyfriend made a few cosplays with it, but at first it was a no-go because it was too thick. The other thing is with fur, fur is a very difficult material to work with. Honestly, props to anyone who makes fur suits. A lot of it will just look better if you hand stitch it because you won't catch all the fur in the stitches, so you won't see such a noticeable dip in the seams. It's not that you can't sew it with a sewing machine, you absolutely can, but the nice looking fursuits are often hand stitched. Yeah, people are amazed when we say it's hand sewn. The nicer ones I've seen are normally hand sewn because with fur, if you're using it on a machine, there will always be strands that get caught in it, which means that you don't get the fullness around the seams that you get in everywhere else. So even if you pick a lot of it out, it will still have like a little dimple, so you'll still be able to see that there's a seam there. That's why often mass-produced fursuits will have those kind of dimples or use a shorter pile, whereas the really fancy ones, the really nice hand-customized ones, they'll look a little different. They'll have like no really obvious seams unless there's a color change and stuff like that. And some of them will even, so I've just noticed like on my stream, it's annoying me. Some of them will even go the distance of basically adding extra color between those so that they look like a nice transition. Also, Feathered, welcome on in. Oh, thank you for putting the Discord in straight away. That's very kind of you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Welcome, Feathered. We have a new camera angle so you can see a little bit better. I can also do ASMR at you. You want ASMR? Alright, it's gonna be like stuffy nosed ASMR though. My nose isn't actually stuffy. It just sounds like it is. Welcome on in, Feathered. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to our ASMR sewing stream. Heck yeah. You can hear my voice slowly deteriorate in very quiet. Oh, it's because I got the camera right next to my face. So it sounds like it's like right there, but it'll always be in like the left ear, because it does have two sides for the microphone, so I could technically do it on both sides. Because I'm right here, it's always going to be in the left. A stuffy jellyfish. Yeah, like I don't actually have a stuffy nose. Like it sounds fine, but like because the top of my mouth is swollen down, it's like touching my tongue a lot, and that means I sound like this. I sound very noisily because it is touching the top of my mouth. Oh dear. Right, next hoop. Ah! It looks good, thank you! Thank you! Yeah, more camera angles. Heck yeah, I have bees, witch's hat, and it makes me so happy. The bees were so cute as well. I really like the embroidery design they were using. They were very sweet looking. I liked them. They're very heckin' cute. The one with the rest of the hat probably looks really good. Oh dear. When are you making this costume for a specific event, or is it just for like fun, something to have around? Ah, dear, I was just about to say, new angle! Yeah, Vile! New angle! New angle, hi! Ah, there we go. Let's get some little circles in there. Yeah, 2 seconds. Let me have a look-see. Oh yeah, that's a long pile fur. Oh, I love the little thumbs though. Heck yeah, no, that looks really good. Oh dear. Yeah, you gotta hand stitch with that kind of stuff. Otherwise, all gonna get caught in the seams. But no, it looks really good. Very nice. Wow. I did decide the original art from Discord. It's for MCM. Oh, you're going to MCM October. Heck yeah. Oh, I hope you have a really good time. I'm sure you will. Like, genuinely, I was only there for like 2 hours, but I was so impressed at MCM in May on like how good they were with like the artist alley and the stores and like the range of stuff and the food. They had so much more food than they normally had and a lot more seating as well. Like, I was genuinely really impressed because like the tickets were cheaper than they normally were. Was better at the convention. I was like, wow. It's like they listened to everything we did after, or at least some of the things we did after. Oh yeah, I must say I was very, very impressed. I really wish I could have been there for longer, but obviously I was as well. So it is what it is. That's why I'm so like unsure about what convention I want to go to next year, because for me, one convention a year normally is how much I can afford, and normally I get it as like a Christmas gift. So I'm like, do I want to go to MCM next year and try it again because I couldn't really go this year, or do I want to try Cos Expo? Or there's a new convention happening in the summer that would be good, or maybe I go to like a Wales one. I don't know. There's so many conventions on my radar that I'd like to go to right now. Right there. I know Steve is going as Morticia, Adam's are going as Wednesday. Heck yeah, the fur is a scale effect on the fur. Really unique and wasn't cheap either per meter. Good fur isn't. Good fur is expensive. Not sure about Birmingham, the two very close together. Bank account may not manage it. Yeah, my bank account's like, you went to one convention this year? Hack. You're done. You're done. No more conventions, please. That's okay. That's kind of how it's always been for me. One convention a year. Two if there's a local one I can just attend without buying a hotel. I went to two this year, which is pretty good. But only because one of them paid for me to go. That's it, I need to become a bigger cosplayer so that people pay me to go to their conventions. There we go, the real goal of cosplay. Be big enough that you're invited, and then you don't have to pay as much. We'll get there one day, maybe. Stretch. Time in Japan in October 2023. Japan opens to travellers in October this year, which is really exciting. I saw that. I did see that they were opening. Really cool. Let's get this bit kind of filled in. You okay? You're making a bit of a funky noise. No, you're fine. Okay. Oh, I did find all my needles actually, so I could quickly replace the needle. Since I do think the needle is blunt, or blunting, because it's getting stuck in the fabric a little bit as I sew. This to me is like clear and a bit that I probably need to consider changing my needle soon. It even got dragged out of the fabric while I was not live, and I'm like, that shouldn't be happening. That's not normal, so in a minute, maybe once I finish this food, I'll change. A couple items. Make sure that's all nice and solidified in there. Ah dear. Going one day to Birmingham and I got the ticket for my boyfriend's birthday. Heck yeah! Nice. There's some more local events happening this weekend in my area, but running a photo booth here. It's been almost 2 years since the last one. Oh, Mitmac, I hope you have a really, really good time. I'm sure the cosplayers and such will really appreciate you being there. Ah dear. How do you know the pattern you're doing? Not seeing a template on the fabric. No, there's no template. Practice. I know it's really annoying when that's what people say, but it's just practice. It's practice. It's learning the kind of patterns you want to add, how it's going to look. Yeah, it's a frustrating answer, but practice. Like, you'll do it a few times and then you'll start getting into a vibe of how you want it to look and remembering the hoops that are around it. And it will grow over time. Yeah. I mean, the other thing is like looking at references initially will really help too. So like references for what veins look like on muscles and stuff like that, or just standard veins. Yeah. And then practice. A lot of practice. I wouldn't go this fast if I wasn't pretty confident. I love it. Like, look at all these veins. Look at them. Wow, there's so many veins. It's really shiny on this camera. God, but it's there. How is it the fabric you need to embroider? Probably about 5 meters. I'm guessing about 5 meters. We have done quite a bit already, but we are like, we're doing it, tackling it piece by piece. So like there are some much larger areas that we've already finished. Like look at all this. Look at all this heckin' veinage. But then yeah, it cuts off and you can see just satin. Ew, gross. Satin with no texture. Ew, too pretty. Too flat. We need more texture on that. Alright, let me change my needle. I found them in this. I don't know why I put so much stuff in this, but... Oh wait, where are my needles? I thought I put them all in here, didn't I? Oh, did I put them back in the sewing basket? They were in here, I'm sure of it. 2 seconds, I better put them in the sewing basket. If that's the case, then they're right behind me. Ew, ew! Japan is opening right on my butt. Oh, is it? Heck yeah, feathered. Birthday opening, right. Please ignore my sweatpants. I'm trying to be comfortable. Oh. Where were they? Where were they? Not in this one. It'd be in the other one then. Yeah, there they are. But I knew I saw them recently, and I had quite a few. Let's see. I'm just taking all of them out because it's a bit difficult to read over there without the light. Let's see. I have my leather needles. Probably don't need those. My standard. Actually, I have 2 of those. Those are leather as well, and these are a slightly larger standard. That's fine. I don't need those. I guess I'll use these ones because I am a bit further into the packet. I only want 130. 2 seconds. I'm just going to read the needle. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oops, sorry, camera. Boing, 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 boing. Woo, woo, woo. Okay. Bring this a bit closer and change the needle. Oop, that fit in really, really tightly. There we go. Okay. What I'll do is I'll put this in here because I'm not just gonna throw that in the bin. Oh yeah, that is blunt. I shouldn't be able to like push that into my hand. Okay, this explains a lot. Put that in there. And this one, which I am not going to do that same test with, it is a much thinner needle. I think it'll be okay though. I just have to be a bit more careful. It's all the way up in there and very tight. There we go. That'll be good, that'll be good. I didn't go vague, but said when wet hair, the shower drain. Dragon, you know what? That's fine too. I'll take that too. Oh, and Frankie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Think of China, everyone who couldn't go or want to go, so prices will be going high. That's probably true. Although I think it's always quite expensive in Japan as well. Like things just generally are like a little pricey. Can you sharpen needles? Yes and no. Yes and no. So you can get pin cushions, which putting the pins in and out of will end up sharpening the needles, so they'll have like sand mixed into them. But for like sewing machine needles, it's a lot more difficult because of course you're not putting it in and out of a pin cushion. So while technically it's probably possible, it's a little difficult. But like as far as like, oh. That's my finger getting stuck on the needle, but it is sharp. But yeah, as far as like sewing machine needles, it's difficult and I wouldn't normally bother. Sorry, 2 seconds, I'm just gonna stop. Wait for my finger to stop bleeding. Like, as much as I want this to be a disgusting costume, I don't want too much of my actual blood in it. Like, I'm not gonna be using this costume for like a year, so the blood would be there for a while, maybe like closer to the date, you know? Do you break a needle? Nah. My needle's just really, really blunt, the one I had before. So because I'm going through quite a fine fabric, it was catching the fabric as it went through, and it's not an issue, but like it makes it a louder process sewing with it because it's not a clean in and out. So yeah, better to fix it just so it's not something I have to deal with too much. But like I'll be sewing wax cotton later. Ooh, heck yeah, good luck. I hope you enjoy it. I do it too, it hurts. It does. And nothing you can really do though is like just tear your finger off it. Just put a cushion under, yeah, just like sew the sandy stuff in my machine. I mean, I could do that. I could. But yeah, no, normally sewing machine needles are a bit hard to sharpen, but regular needles and regular pins, you can. I think, where's my pin cushion? If you guys, it's like oh hi, mouth cam. If you've ever seen one of these things, they're like the tomato, a lot of those have sand in them. They're like a really standard pin cushion, but they're good because they sharpen your needles as you use them. Yeah, oh my god. Do you know it's quartz deodorants? Since it's basically salt, it's pretty good at stopping tiny bleeds. I have never heard of that. I have some Rolly deodorants. I also have a Rolly. Oh, I got this recently. I don't know if this is of interest to anyone. Look at this. It's like a chapstick for your face, but it makes it feel better. It doesn't stop dry skin, but like if you're having a migraine, you can rub it on your temples and you're like, yee. It's pretty good. I like that. Sorry, it's not what you asked at all, but I was looking to see if I had anything similar. Right. We about finished. I'm just giving it a bit of a press because I will be using some pressure on my finger. So if it can't take like a little bit of pressure, yeah, let's take a bit longer. Interesting. Oh, it's great. It smells like mint, so that's the only thing if that's gonna put you off, but it's got like a little metal roller ball, and you just, yeah. Oh. Like, I'll be honest, I'm not having a bad migraine or anything right now. I just feels nice. Just feels nice. Listen up, here's the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. Dakota, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. He sees it's just blue, like him, inside and outside. Blew his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around. 'Cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. Yeah, I'm blue, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die. I'm blue, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee, dabba-die. Oh my god, it's Sandman! Once again, I am not getting the raid emote, and I'm not sure why, because this time I checked, and it definitely should allow you to raid me, and I don't get it, but regardless of that, Sandman, welcome on in! I hope you're doing well! Oh, thank you for shouting out Sandman. God, you're quick. I literally only just said hi. Welcome on in. How was your stream? What did you get up to? More Mass Effect, how is it going? As you can see, we are here. Just making more veins, doing more of the vein things. Hi Trill, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. What version of the Blue song is this? This is me being every instrument in the Blue song. Jesus, how are you so quick on mobile? I can barely type out like Rust. Oh, you doing Security Breach at first? Okay, so Security Breach, I actually really like. I like all the lore, I like all the stories, I like everything in there. It's a legitimately scary game. I am a fan. If that's the Security Breach that I think that it is, I actually like that. Listen, I actually know about this. This is the thing I like. I think it's very cool. But that being said though, if you need to get some snacks or something like that, please don't let me like gushing stop you getting snacks. Because I know sometimes like I'll come into the stream and I'm like, shoot, I need to leave pretty quickly, but then they're like really interested in a thing that I'm interested in and I'm like, oh no. I also want to talk about things, but food is important. Please get food. Or I guess for you it's more sleeps, isn't it? Sleeps and works. Okay, what's happening here then? Sorry, I think I've sewn over the first thread already, and trying to get it out now is like gonna be a real pain in the ass. It's alright. The needle feels better though. Let me... Because you kind of want to trim it pretty early because otherwise it makes a really big mess. It makes a big mess and it's not sturdy. Ah dear, I think that should do it. Ready to clean that up pretty easily. why that happened, but it happens. It's fine, it's fine. Oh, thank you for the hi there, Exy, welcome on in. Fun fact, they were talking about actual security breaching FBI's at the door. Oh god. No, Sandman, please. They can't wait for the Ruined DLC. Heck yeah. I just really like the universe and everything. I know, Grobbit. That's what I was trying to do. I'm just really slow because I can't find the exclamation mark, the S or the O. Oh no. I was right for Metal Gear High Chat. Heck yeah. Mate, future cosplay maybe when? No, it's not, unfortunately. I'm sorry for disappointing. We're actually making a Resident Evil 7 cosplay. So I am a big horror fan in general. I have been wanting to turn myself into a disgusting organic monster for a while. And I really enjoy Resident Evil 7. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick change costume. So we'll be the molded on the outside and Zoe from the Resident Evil 7 DLC End of Zoe on the inside. So both images are behind chat if you just want to like quickly see them. But the idea is that the molded will be like a strip away suit that they'll then have Zoe on the inside. And I really do like Zoe's design. It's beautiful. It's such a pretty design for a game like Resident Evil, like you wouldn't expect. But I really wanted to do something a bit more horrific next costumes because I really like organic shapes. I like those kind of costumes. They're fun to make. And I wasn't really finding anything that was fitting the kind of costume I wanted to do. And then I came across this and I was like, oh, perfect. I love that game. Easy, easy. Ah, dear. Alright, coffee has been had. Time to get dressed and go out. Oh, you're fine. Take care, Feathered, and good luck with the rest of the costume. I hope it goes well. Take care. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, just one. I just love the dude. I was currently doing a Metal Gear inspired Metal Gear Rising playthrough. I want to get back into Resident Evil 2. Metal Gear is it's good. It's good. I need to play it myself. I've seen so many people play it that I'm like, there are the few Metal Gear games I'm like, I can probably just quote them because I've watched so many people play them, but I need to play them myself. It's just there's always another game where I'm like, oh, but this one though. Oh, so Trill, thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind of you. How are the veins going, Les? Good, good. Let me show you my other leg. So we're on second leg right now, but first leg, which goes this way up, is all veined. Unfortunately, it does blow my camera out a bit because it's quite dark, but as you can see, a fully veined leg. Look how veiny they are. Ooh, ooh. It's really cool. And because of the satin as well, and like all the shadows, like you see how this now looks completely blocked in, but like it's not. It's not. It's just the shadowing makes it look like it is. And I am a big fan. I'm a big fan of how it automatically is creating shadows for itself in the veins, when in reality it's like not like that at all. Oh, so yeah. We're on second leg though. Second out of 4. 4 legs. But yeah, we're getting there. We're slowly but surely getting there. It is a very slow process. We just changed the needle though, so actually it feels a lot smoother now. Like the sewing just feels better. I can go much faster and move a lot better because it's not catching on the camera as much. So like that's really good. And also with the new camera angle, you can actually see me doing it, which is really nice because I was describing what I was doing before, but I wasn't really able to show it to you. And this is very much like watching it grow kind of, I guess, sewing technique. Like watching it just sort of appear out of nothing. Because I'm not using, as we discussed earlier, there's like no pattern or anything that I'm using. I'm just kind of going with where it feels like it's right to add things. And it goes pretty good. Heck yeah. Doing the thank you! Jelly, I started it. Wait, really? Who's doing it? Yeah! Dakota, I fully have every belief that you'll beat my time in seconds. Because everyone else has. I really want to do it again. But then also there's a part of me that's like, was watching Pete do their, what do you call it? All bosses, and I'm like, wow, all bosses, all Tetra Master, like all Chocobo Hot and Cold. That sounds kind of fun and hellish. There's a part of me that really wants to do that run, which I don't think it's even a run right now, right? It's one they were like mapping out a bit, but I don't think it's actually an official run. And I see it and I'm like, that looks really fun. The Tetra Master especially part looks Tetra 100% yeah, it was fun. it looked like both fun and absolute hell. I did end up watching the whole stream. I couldn't watch it while it was live, the whole stream, unfortunately, because it was a very long stream and I had to sleep. But I watched, I think, about 11 hours of it live, and then I watched the rest of it catch up. And oh my god, hell yeah. I did think it would be kind of fun once, and I'm not doing this, just as a heads up, nah. But like, you know how in Final Fantasy IX, also to anyone who's new here, I really like Final Fantasy IX. It's just one of those games I'm a little obsessed with, I really like it. It would be kind of fun. So a lot of the characters have kind of arcs within the story. Like there's a lot of like themes throughout the story of like, I don't want to say the meaning of life, but like, what is my purpose to be here? Like, what is my purpose? Do I need a purpose? Am I happy with the purpose I got, kind of thing? And like questioning those kind of things throughout the entire story. And a lot of characters have their own arcs where they are going through that process. Some of them much earlier than the others. And I was like, wouldn't it be cool to have like an 8-person tearaway costume where you just tear away into a different cosplay every time someone else is considering their purpose. But then it would be 8 layers thick at the beginning, and that's the bit that kind of puts me off it. It's like, that would be so warm to wear. And as much as I really like the idea, I'm like, absolutely not, that's way too hot. I'm not doing that. Total tapping, welcome on in, I hope you're doing well. Stream element. I hope you're doing well, welcome on in. We're sewing some veins right now. And I'm gushing about Final Fantasy again. Oh dear. Have you seen I'm assuming, Dakova, you in the Memorial Project's Discord? Because they released the Discord recently, and now there's just so many people in the Memorial Discord. And like, it's like, wow, look at all these Final Fantasy fans. Heck yeah. I am in there. I am very much enjoying the fan art channel, honestly, because like I don't feel like I see so much fan art of Final Fantasy IX, and it's really cool to see like just how much fan art people have made of it, and it's really sweet. I like it a lot. It makes me very happy seeing all the fan art. Ah dear. Hello, Feather Sewist. How's ya? I'm good, thank you. We're making veins in our fabric by using free motion embroidery, and we need to do it over 5 meters of fabric. So like, you know, we'll be here a while. We're gonna be here for a bit. Speaking of total panic, it's alright. It's worth it. It's gonna look really cool when my character is absolutely covered in veins. Lady Gaga did what? Lady Gaga did what? Oh dear. I've been wearing it. Oh, you're fine. Exy, take care. Thank you so much for popping by. But yeah, look after yourself. Have a nice rest of your day. No fear, Coop Man is here. Cooper, welcome on in. You've not seen it actually. Oh wait, 2 seconds. I'll see if I can find it on Twitter. If I go in, they're called the Memorial Project, aren't they? Like, I don't think they've named themselves anything different, so I should be able to find it pretty easy. Memory. Yeah, the Memorial Project. I'll put the link in the chat because obviously they have a. There you go. They have a whole Twitter. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. There you go. Ah dear. See, look at you. Oh, bless you. It's very kind of you. Honestly, I just love talking about Final Fantasy IX. I'm very into it. I do really like Resident Evil as well, though, to be honest. Like, Resident Evil 7 as well has really grown on me the more content that I've seen from it. Like, I played it myself last year or the year before. Excuse me, relatively recently, I played 7, and or jump scare. I like the more story-based horror games, I should say. Yeah, I like story-based horror games. The more that I get into the Resident Evil lore, the more I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I kind of like this. This is my jam. And Resident Evil 7 is just so good. Like, obviously I'm biased because I'm making a costume for Resident Evil 7, but like, the voice acting, the way the characters act and move, the smaller setting than previous Resident Evil, like, it's all just really good. And like, it works really, really well. I like it a hell of a lot. And I'm watching speedrunners of Resident Evil 7 actually. Personally, I don't know that I'll do the speedrun of 7, just because it does look a lot more skill-based and less memory-based, and I am not skilled at all. Dear, I'm gonna like, we'll get to Cobra. I just finished getting a punk battle skirt battle ready, so it's finished enough that I can wear it and won't look unfinished. Heck yeah! I imagine though with punk, like ripped seams and like unfinished edges are kind of just part of the look. Like if anybody questioned you on them, you'd be like, do you know what punk is? Met Gala 2019, Lady Gaga did 4 outfits on top. Oh, did they? Excuse me while I literally just copy Met Gala 2019 Lady Gaga. I want to see how she did it. I want to see how she did it. Punk splaining. Can't have any of that punk splaining. I'm just curious. How did they do? How did they do that? Okay. Oh, to be fair, the bottom one is kind of just underwear. But does anyone wear underwear in Final Fantasy 9? I don't remember. I could probably do an underwear version of it. I really love the big pink. The big pink, that's a vibe. I like that a lot. Goes off into the black dress and then the smaller pink dress and then the more underwear-y look. That is very cool. That's very Met Gala as well. Like, you read the brief, you understood. That's very cool. I like that. I like that. Ah, dear. Trance Garnet. Is Trance Garnet in her underwear? And I've just never noticed. Wait a second. No. How? No. Wait, I need to put this somewhere so it's not just falling off the desk. Wait a second. Actually, is Trance Garnet in their underwear? Sorry, please ignore my keyboard, anyone that's new here. It's not real and you can't see it. She is! Oh my god, she still has sleeves though. Oh my god! Trance Garnet! What? How did I never notice that you... Well, she's kind of in a swimsuit. It's just tight at the back. Oh my god. Oh my god. I really like wedding dress Garnet, but I'm not committing to that. That's a... Oh my god, Garnet! Garnet! To be fair, are they wearing less than Trance Kuja? Because Kuja... Oh no, but Kuja in Trance wears more, right? Than not Trance Kuja. Yeah, I feel like Trance Kuja is more covered than regular Kuja. Who is, well, they kind of wear a jacket and a thong. And then thigh-high boots with a butt cape. It's a vibe. I do really like Kuja's outfit. It's a hell of a vibe. Kuja's outfit would look good at the Met Gala, honestly. Ah, dear. Bass keyboard. You never saw it. If you did see it, it would be bass, but since you've never seen it, it's not based. Weren't really enough patches and such. Oh, I'm not that kind of unfinished. I'm not sewing a skirt from scratch. I'm modifying a vintage when you thrifted, so I meant there weren't really enough patches. Ah, I see. I get you. Patches, band stickers, all that kind of stuff. Basically a swimsuit, but it looks close enough to underwear. Maybe like a bodysuit, innit? Low links in chat, so I guess I joined the Discord to share. Heck yeah! We don't have links in chat because it gets abused by people putting... Not even self-promotion. It's like people putting like viruses in my chat. I have like never heard anyone else have the same issue that we had, where it was like, yeah, people weren't self-promoting. They were just putting virus links in my chat. And that happened like 3 or 4 months into me streaming. It was like really early into streaming. I was like, and then I've spoken to other people. It's like, yeah, people kept self-promoting or doing stuff like that. And I was like, that's... People were just putting really dangerous links in my chat. Like, I don't know. Kuja is in a thong on both sides. Wait, does Kuja have his tail on display? No, not normally. Like normally it's underneath the butt cape, but when they're in trance they have it out. But not out of trance. Out of trance, no tail. So it is just the thong. I'm assuming if you were doing the cosplay though, maybe for accuracy's sake, you'd curl the tail onto the inside of the butt cape, because he still has a tail. It just, you can't see it. You're just like, oh no, you're all good. Yeah, sorry, I just thought I'd let you know weird stuff. Also, Jab, why did that not show up? But I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry that it didn't pop up on stream. It might do. It might just be lagging. There's a fair part of me that thinks it's probably just stream elements thinking about it. Thinking about saying something. Oh. There you go. Oh, it's squeaking. We're squeaking. We're in the squeaking times. Okay, let's get that first one cut. Oh dear. Whoop. There we go. Wah! My bed is in an unusual place. I'm not used to it being like behind me over there, but I moved it because when I was sewing, because my bin was down there, my costume kept going into the bin, and I was like, there's nothing really bad in my bin. It is mainly just fabrics and threads. So what was happening is my costume was picking the threads out of the bin and moving them around my room. And you know what? I could only deal with that for so long. Costume. I need to calm down and stop spreading your threads around my room. Oh dear, let's check. Is it in the Discord? I'm in the wrong Discord. I'm in this one. That's not the one I meant to be in. Oh, there it is. Oh heck yeah! No, that does look very punk, honestly, and actually I completely forgot that chains were kind of a thing in punk. Yeah, chains, nice addition. Very nice. I completely forgot chains were like kind of punk. A part of the punk look. Well, it's really good. That is proper punk. No one could question that. You could not be punk slain. Bobbin. We've run out of bobbin. Ooh, there it goes. Costume escape. I think I saw it. Oh, it looked really cool. It looked, yeah. Like how I would imagine punk to look. I completely forgot that chains were a part of punk, but then when I'd seen it, it's like, yeah, that is a part of punk. Can someone drop the trance garnet in Discord? I feel lost. Yeah. Don't worry, dude, I'm on it. Let me just get away from trance Kuja. Oh wait, is this got everyone's trance? That's not what I want. I'll put it in live stream chat because we are live and streaming. Well. And it feels right. There you go. Oh, it's a web page. I don't really want that actually. 2 seconds. I'll get a better one that isn't a web page. There we go. That's better. All right. Live stream chat it is. Upload a file. Downloads. There you go. Send. Send that. Do I need to use my keyboard? Okay. Send. There you go. That is more like a concept drawing, but at least you can see it. Better than nothing, eh? There we go. Right, what was I doing? I was threading the bobbin. Why am I doing it like this? There we go. Get that up there. How frequent do you go out? Oh, yeah. Me neither, Exy. Me neither. Like boxing raps. Heck yeah. Not very often, but it is a lovely country. Would recommend checking it out if you go outside. Also, Matrix, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. Ah, dear. Would you be surprised if I told you we were talking about Final Fantasy IX again? Would anyone be shook if I told you that? Oh, also I do this now. I just don't trust it. I trust my machine implicitly, except that I don't trust it at all. What can I do? The only one for me is you. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Tell me. Oh, that's why. Hurt me. There you go. Me. Ba 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 da ba 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 ba. The heckin' vibe. I love it. Alright, that's a costume and a half. Yeah, you know what? It's weirdly similar to Kuja's, and then it covers all of the important bits and then just adds massive sleeves. Very similar. Literally a swimsuit and a pair of sleeves. Yeah. Basically. I had no idea though, to be fair. I had no idea. I kind of just thought Garnet wore the same thing in trance, which in hindsight I guess doesn't really make a lot of sense because a lot of them do change outfits, but like I just kind of thought, also you posted a selfie? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Not by like I literally, heck yeah. Ha. There you go. Have you seen Kuja's though, by the way? Like, this is the thing, it's like, yeah. Can I get it as a tab because I don't want to type it in again? Excuse me, I'm just being lazy. I don't want that. I guess I can type it in again. Oh no, there we go, Trance Kuja. Cool. I actually kind of just want Kuja though. No Trance Kuja. So let's get this that. So, if you haven't seen the main one of the antagonists, I suppose. It's a hell of a look. There we go. Oh, that's a web file. God damn it, where's a not web file? This is not from the same game. God damn it, where's... Oh, is Kuja in Dissidia? Maybe. Is Kuja in Dissidia? I don't think they were. But this kind of makes it look like they are. So I cannot get a normal picture of them. They're all web files. Why are they all web files? Listen, you might have to search this yourself, man. I can't get it. They're all bloody web files. There we go. We got one. Jesus Christ. Why were they all web files? Right. Big Where's live stream chat? There it is. I'm just gonna put more. This is like not exactly how he looks, honestly, but like it's the same outfit, it's just a lot more detailed than I'm used to seeing, I suppose, in Final Fantasy IX. But there you go, a villain. Look at that villain. Look at that villain design, wow. So spooky, Has anyone heard about a bikini rather than a bikini? I've seen some interesting bikinis. I've seen some interesting swimsuits, I should say, with cutaways that seem like they would show everything, but apparently don't. I don't know. I think they're more for like posing in pictures than they are maybe showing in. There's nothing wrong with that, to be fair. Listen, enjoy your heckin' photographs. Right. Ooh. And up there, right, we're back. Back in position for more sewing. Oh, nope, that's bad. What's not threaded correctly? The bobbin. I felt it immediately. That was not correct. I think the bobbin maybe is not in its... Yeah, it's not being caught properly. That's okay. There you go. That should be better now. And then come on, there you go. And I'm just going to trim some of that off because that's very long. We do not need it that long. Okay. Trim that off too because that'll be annoying. There you are. Sikini is literally 3 C-shaped pieces of fabric covering a plastic base that hook over the important bits, and that's all. That is mad. Oh my god. Does it, okay, most important though, do you think it looks good? Because like, if it looks good, then that's it. Like listen, if it looks good, it looks good. But does it look good? Because I feel like a lot of fashion statements like this maybe don't look as good as they cost. Take care, Total! Thank you for popping by. But yeah, no, enjoy the rest of your day. I hope that it goes well. We'll just be here, sewing more things, talking about Final Fantasy. naked. Oh no, you're fine. As Guy looks amazing at the same time, part of me is like, at this point you might as well be naked because I don't need to see everything to get the idea. I prefer one piece to bikinis. This is the thing though. People don't just wear things for practicality, people wear things to feel good. So if they look good at it, like, practicality be screwed. And like, as a cosplayer, practicality be screwed. Like, I don't need to pee for 12 hours. If it makes the costume look better, I just won't piss. You know? I'm very used to the mindset of like, sometimes I care more about looking good in a costume, or like the costume looking as I want, than it being 100% practical. Because yeah, like, if this looks better in photos, if this is more comfortable and this, then I will take that over my ability to be. Although these days I'm a little bit more chill with that, I do tend to be a bit better about making costumes that are safer for me to wear. But I think there is a big thing in the costume community where it's like, well, first and foremost it has to look right, and then after that I'll make decisions on the practicality. Oh dear. I'm so used to that mindset that it's like, yeah, listen, does it look good? Hell yeah, there we go then. Worth it. I would like it. Who knows how to sew machine makes a good sewing nose? Really? Oh, I'm glad. I really like sewing machine stuff, but it is kind of like not everybody likes this. So I put it in the title because I don't know how loud that I can be today. I actually think really like I think it's because like I've been taking like cold and flu before streams, and I think that tends to make it feel a lot better during the stream. Beep, 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 beep. Wish I could do that. I need to find things I look good in. Mountain Warehouse is practical but not very stylish. I mean, I charity shop. You can kind of tell by my outfit, but I'm just like, color. I buy that one. Bright colors. Quite a lot of the charity shops near me as well actually sort their clothing by colors. So they'll all have like little sizes going up and stuff within the colors. So it's like, if you really like yellow, me too, but like there's a whole section of yellow clothing that you can browse through, and it's pretty sick, not gonna lie. And a great way of browsing for clothes. It's like, man, I really like yellow. Look at the yellow section. Yeah. Also, thank you for the egg. Trim off the extra pieces, and then we'll move the hoop again. And I think this is our 4th row we'll be going on to now. Go! Oh, Cthulhu! Welcome on in! I hope you're doing well! Welcome! How was your stream? What did you get up to and how's the cosplay going? Hi, Raven! Alright, let's see. Wow, wow! There we go, we gotcha. Yeah, we got a new camera angle so you can actually see what I'm doing under the machine for once. Sorry, I'm getting very into the music, just like, yeah! No, how was your stream? I hope that it went really well. Obviously, if you do need to run and grab any food or anything like that, please do. Oh dear. Are you folding fabric ready for the show at Halloween? Oh, lovely. That sounds like kind of a nice relaxing job. I guess you have to like folding also. What? Please, please, hoop, please. I do keep it very tight, to be fair, which does make this bit quite difficult, but it's really important to have it tight. There you go. There you go. I maybe could start folding it over so that I don't sew over the top of it. Might be a good idea. We'll start folding it. I did this on the other leg as well, which is just to start folding the pieces we've already done up so that they didn't accidentally sneak under the stuff we're currently sewing, because fabric has a habit of doing that. And that just makes that line there quite thick, so it's difficult to push it underneath the hoop. And I'll keep rolling it as I keep going as well, but I need to keep some of it there just so it's easy for me to hoop. Yeah, it was a success, so no, you're good. It meant that I had a chance to actually shout someone out. Lola Karen, thank you. Yeah, we pull it in, it's actually like, you can see it. It's all there. Oh, it's nice. Actually being able to show you guys what I'm doing. It's fantastic. You can see me adding veins. Oh dear, the bed of the short can be relaxing unless my back decides I have a pain. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no, look after yourself. I hope it feels better soon. My jalapeno plant is starting to produce fruit. Oh my god, you can have spicy jalapenos. Heck yeah. I hope you, excuse me, enjoy this. I'm so sorry. Hiccup and hiccup. Quick drink. Oh dear. Okay. Back into it again. Get that first bit done, and then we are not going to take any chances this time. I'm going to trim it immediately. I did start in the middle of a really big vein there though, so it does make it easier to hide. There we go. Okay, you'll never see that. That's nice and stuff. And then let's do like a really nice big vein here. Because I haven't done a properly large vein for a minute. And it comes off of another big vein, so that should look pretty good anyway. Like regardless, that should look like it makes sense. God, it feels so weird. My mouth just feels like, oh. I grew them on some seeds. I got the peppers I bought from the store. There was a place, I didn't grow the peppers, I gave them to my family, but like I went out to dinner with my family, and at the end of the meal, instead of giving you like sweets or like whatever like that you get at the end of a meal, like mints, they gave you little like packets of seeds for the chilies that they use in their food. And so I didn't have like a place where I could grow the chilies at the time. I gave them to my family, and they've grown them, and they honestly, they're really good. I don't think they grew all of them, I think they just picked one or two, but like, they grew really well. It was very cool to get like at the end of a meal, just like some seeds. Like, you like the food that you had here? Here, making yourself dinner. So specifically the chilies. Probably wouldn't have wanted to grow the chilies. means that. Heck yeah! I've back got some coffee, snack and coffee. Heck yeah! Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy your snack. Come on. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Made me laugh. I bought a crystal and a thank you note that came with it. It's plantable and makes flowers that bees like. Oh my god. That's really cute. I would be really impressed by that too. Jesus. That's so sweet. That's one thing a lot of the garden centers near us will say, like on the flowers, like bees like this one. Get this one. The bees like this. Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't know. I don't know what flowers bees like, but I want them to like my flowers. So I like what the garden center will tell me. These are the plants that your bees will love. Thank you. This is the kind of support I need in my life as an adult. They just need to tell me what bees like. Coffee, that's why I call my partner. So I saw it. It's cute. Ah, dear. I call my partner a snack all the time and they look at me disappointedly. Stop calling me a snack. But I can't. I use this as a joke and now it's part of my genuine vocabulary. What can I say? Ah, dear. I was very impressed. Heck yeah. My bouncy pot is too happy right now, so I transferred it to a new pot pruned a bit. You got a grumpy plant? Heck yeah. Oh dear. We have a beekeeper next door I want to help with. Oh, that's really sweet. When we do need the bees. Bees are very hecking important. I'm a big fan of bees. They need all the support they can get. Oh dear. Okay. Come on. Come on, hoop. And arms. Come on. I really don't want to break my hoop. I do have other hoops somewhere. And not these ones. These ones are for giveaways next month. So I can't do anything with those right now. I need them. Oh dear. You think my mom's bad? No joke, but they both find it funny. Ah yeah. Ugh. All I saw was snack and I was like, yeah, snack. Oh dear. That word that I was using for a while ironically, and it is now no longer ironic. I make sure every time I see Shifty Blue in person to use the word poggers at least once. And slowly, don't tell Shifty this. When we were meeting, I was like, I'm slowly trying to make Twitch language their language. Because you know when someone says something a lot, like heck, I think heck's a really good one. There are a lot of people who I know that have started to say heck. The reason I say heck is because I worked in retail and I needed to stop swearing, so like I switched to heck like 5 years ago, right? And now there are lots of other people I know that have got the heck virus, but they also swear. It's so funny. It's so funny to me watching someone legitimately just swear but also say heck. It makes me smile every time they're like, oh my god, fucking heck. And I'm like, what? I don't know why, but to me it just doesn't compute. It makes me enjoy. But yeah, I'm trying to get poggers into people's language. Dear. And I tend to wilt a bit when I'm stressed out, but I put a nice new hoverboard with a little bugger. Heck yeah, so they have to be happy now. Listen, you fed it, you that's all it can take. I literally just typed out heck in an ear. I'm so sorry, Vile. The heck virus is very contagious. Once it starts spreading, you can't get rid of it. I just really started saying heck sucks because it replaces half my swear words. Yeah, you can literally use heck for anything. For me, I don't mind it too much. I struggle to separate language. Like, whatever I sound like, this is how I speak. And like, I speak like this everywhere. So if I like came onto stream was like swearing 24/7, I would start swearing off of stream a lot more. And like, it wasn't appropriate with the job that I had at all to be swearing that much. And so like, I just cut it out. I personally have nothing wrong with other people swearing. It's just because I'm terrible at separating the way that I speak to different people. I just don't do it. It's too risky. If I was a smarter bean and I could do that, then I would. But that's how it be. Sometimes it be like this. There we go. I blame you. I'll take the blame. Although I would like to say with Bateman, Shifty, and them adopting the heck so readily, it could have been any of them. Could have been any of them. Just because I was maybe the initial heck doesn't mean I'm the only heck anymore. I've even heard B start saying it. Join me in heck. I really like this one. This one's really good. Is I kind of want to look like a stretched cell structure around those ones, and then I like them branching out into different areas. But like around these bigger veins, I do a lot of these small pieces because it does make like the cell structure is stretched across it, which makes sense for the molded as it is like a distorted human. They're tiny details that literally no one will see, but it makes me happy, and if it makes me happy, I'm gonna do it. Heck yeah. Makes the veins look a bit more warped, and they're still veins, but they're not like realistically veins as much, which is good bearing in mind the colour that I'm using, but also like just generally the outfit that I'm making, like they are a warped human. They're not meant to look exactly human, they're not meant to have human parts. Wow, there we go. I blame patient zero. No! No, it's not my fault. I can't help it. I need to do something. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I did not realize. Wait, could I? I'm so sorry. You know what you don't need to see? My nose. My bad, guys, my bad. I'm sorry for the close-up shot of my nose and mouth while I've been speaking. I'm not intending to do that. Just lean in really close so I can see what I'm doing, you know? Have you been hurt by a sewing machine? Do you want to know? How strong is your stomach? Would you like to know? The amount of people that have asked me that question and immediately regretted it, I'm like, listen, I can tell you. Do you want to know? I guess the vague answer would be yes. Yes, I have. I've actually had to go to the hospital because of the sewing machine. And it's happened 3 times, but only once was it bad enough. Is it more nose cam? Can you still see my nose? Oh, wait, can you see sparkles on my nose? Oh, fabulous. Amazing. Like, if you're gonna have to see my nose, it might as well sparkle, you know? Oh my god, girl, is that yesterday's makeup? Wow. So fancy, dressing up for me. Wow. Stretch. TOS, big TOS. Yeah, I won't go into detail if not asked for the most part. I have done before. Yes, I have hurt myself 3 times. 1 time it was bad enough that I had to go to hospital. But what I would say with the sewing machine, the only way you'll injure yourself is if you're doing it wrong. And like, or if you're sewing when you're really tired, if you're really not well, if you're not concentrating on what you're doing. It's the same as any piece of equipment. Don't do it if you're really tired. Don't do it if you're not concentrating. Because yes, you can get hurt. It's quite difficult and it does require a certain amount of force to do it. But like, that's the kind of mistakes you'll make when you're tired. So as long as you're paying attention to what you're doing, you should never be able to be hurt. Like I said earlier, you can see I'm not putting my hands in the hoop. I'm keeping them pretty firmly around the outside of the hoop and then moving the hoop to sew. The reason is this is a hoop foot, which means as it sews, it goes up and down. But what that also means is as it sews, I could put my finger underneath it because it's going up and down. Whereas regular foots don't do that. They stay down at all times when you're sewing. So because of that, it does make it slightly more dangerous because like physically, could I quite easily put my finger under this? Yes, I could. But if I keep my hands around the outside of the hoop, there is no way that this can escape the hoop. Like, it can't. So as long as my fingers aren't inside the hoop, that it can't get to me. Oh, that sounded bad. Did I pull it a bit far? Oh no, it's fine. Just getting back into sewing again. But yeah. So as long as you're being safe, you won't get hurt. If you are being silly, if you are not paying attention, you can get hurt by a sewing machine. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a small needle going up and down incredibly fast. Like, your imagination can probably work out what happened. I've also injured myself while hand stitching. I think that's the other thing. Is so much more dangerous than hand stitching, and honestly the stuff I've done while hand stitching is a lot more gruesome than the stuff I've done on my sewing machine. And again, it came down to me being tired, me not paying attention to simple proportions, and yeah. Like, if you're ever using a sharp object, you know, making sure that you're in a good mindset to be doing it and you're not like really tired or feeling really unwell or not able to focus is important. It's the same reason when I'm having a migraine, I don't use my sewing machine. Because even if I feel like I'm well enough to do it, I fully know my vision isn't going to be good enough. I know that my perception isn't on there. And I know that I'm not thinking as clearly as I should be. And that's why I don't do it. That's why I often try to focus more on hand stitching and beading as part of my cosplays. Because that way I'm doing something that is a little bit safer and that I am less likely to injure myself if I'm not in a clear headspace. And obviously everyone's going to be different with that kind of thing and the things they can do, finding your own boundaries is important with sewing. There we go. Just clowning, heck yeah. Did you get the hoop after learning from injuries? No. Okay, so the first one I ever did was the worst. I was literally sewing a pocket in. And that was the worst injury I've ever had from a sewing machine. You can't use a hoop for doing that. And yeah, it again completely came down from me being too tired. Like, I was under a lot of pressure with deadlines, and I was like, I just got to get it done right now. I need it right now, so I'm gonna go as quickly as possible. And okay, quick warning for anyone who's not able to listen to anything mildly gruesome. I won't go into detail or anything, but I'll go over the basic of what happened. So I was sewing really thick fabric into a pocket. Because of that, I had to give it some push behind it as it was going through, because the sewing machine I had at the time wouldn't happily sew through that thick of a fabric, so I was pushing. Now, if you're having to push, which hopefully you never should, you shouldn't really be pushing fabric through a machine because it's just not safe. But if you do, at both sides, like that. The way that I was pushing was like this. I was pushing right behind the needle to push it in like that. And what that meant was, it was like, if it jumped, which it did, it would jump directly onto my finger. So immediately my finger would be under there, because I would be pushing the fabric and it would just jump, right? And I didn't stop it very quickly because I was tired. I was pushing myself, I was sewing really fast. And rather than it going through once, it went up my finger, it punctured the bone, and that meant that not only did the needle get stuck in my finger, which I then had to remove myself because I couldn't take the whole sewing machine with me, I also had to be on antibiotics because technically the bone had reached the surface of the skin. So they had met each other, they had chatted, and I had to then be on antibiotics to make sure that I didn't get a bone infection. And not only that, because I went through the joint, my finger it's not bad, but it's like, it does the thing now where instead of straightening, it just like, yeah, it's not perfect. It's fine, it's manageable. Very rarely do I notice it. I had to have it like attached to another finger for a while after that as well. That's the worst injury I've had from machine sewing. And it's literally, you're sewing something really thick and you're pushing. And I now, if I'm sewing thicker fabric, rather than pushing it, even if I'm pushing it safely, I'll take it from the other side, guide it with one hand and pull it if I have to. And again, ideally you're not sewing so thick that your sewing machine is struggling like that. But if you do, this is the way that I do it. From behind, not from right in front of it. Because yeah, otherwise what happens is you'll push it onto your finger. It's so easily done, because if you're thinking about it, my machine struggles when it gets to about the thickness of a finger, which means it's really easy to push through and just go straight onto your hand. And yeah, it's not like it's gonna kill you probably, as long as you go to the hospital or doctor about it. We went to minor injuries unit and just was like, let me check. They did some x-rays to see if it had gone through my bone. It had. An amazing x-ray, by the way. It just looked like someone had hole punched my bone. But yeah, because of that I had to go on antibiotics, because a bone infection would be a lot more dangerous. that would have potentially killed me. So yeah, that's how it goes. It's still not the most gruesome injury I've had while sewing. That would go to hand stitching. It probably went through the nerve. Were you showing us how it happened by putting your finger on the needle? Maybe axis. Yeah. Don't worry, my foot's not on the pedal. I can't physically stitch it right now. It's okay. I know you. I should maybe have mentioned that because you can't see that. Yeah, I was just showing you how easy it is to put your finger under the machine. Like, look at that. It literally moves upwards so that I can put my entire finger underneath. Like, wah, wah. It's really easily done. A lot easier than maybe you'd think it'd be. Bone. Also, Throat, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. You put yourself 3 times a day, unfortunately didn't draw blood. I've already drawn blood on stream today. But that was from threading the needle and getting a bit too close to it. I nicked the side of, was it my thumb? Whatever it is. Oh no, it's my finger. Like, whatever it is, it's stopped bleeding now. But it happens a lot. Like, it's very easy to sew, like, catch yourself if you're not concentrating. Even like a little bit. Needle injuries hurt. They do. They're like paper cuts. They're just like, they sting. Oh dear, machines do malfunction. They do, but I think mine would just turn off most of the time. I would hope that it wouldn't start randomly sewing. That would be quite a shock. Oh dear. But yeah, you guys want to know what I did with a hand stitching needle? I did it twice, by the way, not a one. It is quite, again, a little bit more gruesome. What I would say is it didn't hurt at all. Also, the machine, I went into shock immediately. Like, as painful as it should have been, I didn't feel any of it. I went straight into shock. A lot of dangerous things on stream, so I have a dedicated counter. I would be careful. Have a little look, Sapphic, at the rules, because if Twitch considers what you're doing to be in any way dangerous to yourself, they can permanently ban your channel. They'd have to, you know, find that you had a counter for hurting yourself, but it's things like that, having counters for hurting yourself, that they were targeting. Just as a heads up, have a little read of the TOS, make sure that you don't accidentally fall outside of it. Like, even to the point of eating spicy things on stream, if it gets you sick, that's considered self-harm on Twitch, and that's not allowed. So if they think you're doing things that are irresponsible or dangerous, like, for instance, having a hurting yourself counter, yeah, just protect yourself. Ah, dear. Because I'll be honest, Twitch is not really about listening to you explain why it's okay. They're more just like, no, I ban you and you're gone forever, goodbye. They don't care if there's a good reason. Just from my experience, from what I've seen. I do love it all the time since I use an X-Acto blade on screen. Yeah, I don't use knives on Twitch. But then I also have vision problems. I can't see very well, so like this, I can very easily keep myself on the outside. Using a knife, using any, like, you saw what happened when I used a glue gun. I used a glue gun once in the last year and I ended up burning myself so badly I had to end stream. Like, I don't have good enough vision to be using that sort of stuff on stream because it is just basically me asking for trouble, and I'd rather not do that. I don't want anyone watching me to actually be stressed out that I'm in any danger, and so generally I don't use them anymore. But then I do have the issue of not being able to bloody see out of one eye most of the time. Dear Jelly, place your finger under the needle, yo, in TOS. Yeah, I should have maybe turned the machine off so you guys weren't so nervous. I get it, my bad. Next time I will turn the machine off. Oh dear. Because yeah, you guys can't see my feet, which is good. My feet for you, not today. Yeah, that was one of the things. Sorry, going on a bit of a tangent now. Welcome to Tangent Town. So I am not running Booktober this year, like that's not me. It's being run by Vile, Dem and Bateman, who are very, very kindly taking up the role of making sure that happens this year. Just because my health is just not good enough to run the event, unfortunately. But they have asked, you know, behind the scenes, I've been asked some questions and I've been checked about certain things. I'm like, you know, what do you think about this? How do you feel about this? Kind of thing. And I remember when they were going through stuff, they were like, did anything come up with TOS last year? Several things. And you'd think maybe just, like, considering the name Boobtober, you'd think it'd maybe just be things more related to boobs, and that did come up. Because you have to be very, very careful about showing breasts because, you know, sexual content, yada, yada, yada. But you can show things like breast cancer screening forms and stuff like that and share those kind of stuff because it's not sexual content. But you have to be careful and censor things like nipples. So, you know, that kind of stuff. But it is okay to share it as long as it's not being shared for sexual reasons, and also it's breast cancer care forms, just like cover the nipples up and it's fine. That was the one you'd think would come up. Gambling came up quite a bit, because you can't run charity events on Twitch where it is pay to enter. Can't do that. That's gambling. So, like, if you had it where only people who are donated to your stream could enter the charity giveaways, that's gambling, and that's not allowed. You can't do that. That's against TOS. And of course, we had the whole, I don't name no names, somebody eating something very, very spicy on stream where we had to check to see if that would come under the self-harm policy, because it was close. things we have to be careful about when TOS running a hecking charity project. My god. It is intense. I think we came to the conclusion that it was okay, but if they had to throw up, they'd have to cover everything. Because, like, that's a definite against TOS. You're not allowed to throw up on screen. It's a big no-no. When doing big projects like that. So many TOS things. It's a real degenerate swill hole around these parts. After these years working as a fisherman in the sea, I still learn more TOS stuff from Jelly. Like, yeah, it's because I skirt the line sometimes with stuff that I want to do, right? Like, and I think everyone immediately assumes I'm gonna like whack my tits out. That's not the issue. The issue is all the other weird TOS stuff that you're not allowed to show. And like, you don't really find out until someone says like, oh, maybe check TOS for that one, Jelly. There's a weird rule against it, and it's like, what? Why? Oh, yeah. Like the sexy feet one. Like the sexy feet one. You can show feet on Twitch unless they're sexy. If those feet are sexy, you get them out of here. You got some weird hobbit feet? That's fine. Bring it in. You got sexy feet? No, but basically it's just if chat considers them sexy, if they're considered sexy. And it's like, anything can be considered sexy. That's the whole issue with feet. Like, it's not like one type of feet that be, like, this is the issue. So, like, how do you know if it's okay to show feet on stream? Because someone's gonna find it sexy. Oh my god. Any giveaways cannot have the purchase to enter since they consider that a raffle, which is deemed gambling in some countries, and we can name names for that one. Oh yeah, Vile, with your heckin' hot chip challenge. It was a very funny one to be fair. Oh dear. The amount of TOS violations, and you'd be like, why is that in TOS? But also, please don't break TOS, guys. Please be careful. Like, the TOS is much wider than you think it would be on some of these things. Oh, God. I was very prepared for that stream. Heck, yeah. I would do more spicy stuff, but, like, I'm on doctor's orders to be careful and not eat the spicy food. So, there we are. Be careful of what you eat. God. I want to do is really innocent. Like, I want to do it. I'm not here to like, let's really push TOS, guys. Let's really push out the like borders. I'm so curious. No, it's like most of the stuff I want to do is like pretty innocent. Like, I really wanted to. So last year for Boobtober, we made a bra every single stream. And we made a lot of them just to kind of show that people of different sizes as well as different like needs could have really cool, interesting bras. Like, it's a very possible thing to do. It's just, you know, like, you often will have to buy them custom because they're not mass produced, which does make them expensive. And that's kind of like part of the whole thing. Was talking about recycling bras, was talking about making nice bras for more unusual cup sizes, but also like people who have certain requirements like non-wired and stuff like that. And I really wanted to display them, because I did make a lot of them in my size. Just put it out there, I did. And I was like, could I wear a nude bodysuit and try them on over the top? But the answer would have been no, because I would still technically be displaying underwear on stream, which is against TOS. But I wouldn't have been doing it to make it sexy as much as to show the work that I had done in making the bra. Like, because I'm just gonna put it out there, making bras is not easy. It is a slow process. It requires a lot of different components, lots of different elastics, lots of different fabrics. And so like, it would have been really nice to show off the hard work. And like, that was the angle that I took. And I actually like tweeted at Twitch, what about a mannequin? So at the time, it would have been difficult because I didn't have a mannequin that properly fit my size when I was planning all of this. So I have my mannequin, but my mannequin is a general size size 8 to 10 in UK sizes. And I am, first of all, not a standard size in a lot of clothing, but also these mannequins are standard sizes, they don't tend to have boobs or a butt. Like, they're very much just the waist and shoulder width. They're not really, like, the idea is that you have to pad them if you want extra there. Meanwhile, I am more hourglass shaped, which meant that it was not small enough in the waist, and it was not big enough in the bust. And so it wasn't good for displaying bras and stuff like that that were made specifically for my body measurements. Yeah. Like, I could pin them onto it, but they wouldn't look good. And when you've spent hours making one bra, like, you want it to look good, you know? You want it to look nice. I do now have a mannequin that fits it a little bit better. Yeah, not while I was planning this stuff for last year. Oh dear. Because the Dead by Daylight one was so sick. I'm gonna have to find that. It's one of the only ones I kept. The Dead by Daylight one is an incredibly sexy bra. I have no idea what you're talking about. But this is what I mean. This is the other thing. The bras that I made last year, they were themed bras. So they were not sexy. Like, one of them had like a dead baby face on it. Like from, what was it, the zombie baby from the twins in Dead by Daylight. So like, just gonna put it out there. They weren't sexy bras. They weren't like, oh damn girl, is that a zombified baby on your boob? Wow. They were like, they were not sexy. But so I wasn't like trying to put on like sexy lingerie on Twitch, because that I could maybe understand a little bit more. A lot of these bras were pretty damn horrific, to be quite honest. But yeah. Oh, Charlotte and Victor, thank you. Victor is technically adult that's been stunted. Oh, are they? Okay, well there you go. They're a stunted adult. Do they look like a zombified baby? Kinda. But they are apparently an adult. Fair enough. So I did body cast for future props? Maybe meant that, maybe. They were fashion, Twitch is just describing. Yeah, they were so fashionable. They were so cool. My alien isolation bra, pretty sick. Oh, dude. Hey ho. Twitch never responded, so I didn't do it. I didn't want to like get banned. There we go, there's another hoop done. Also, I'm gonna have some more tea. Requirement right now is a little bit more tea. While we spill all of this tea, I must drink some more too. Sexy Pennywise as well. Oh yeah. Sexy Pennywise. Oh, that was good. That was good. Oh. There we go. Trim. Common phrase of TOS is kick the... Wait, a common phrase that's TOS is kick the baby? You can't say that? I mean, listen, I'm not going around saying that that's something that I'm doing, but like I feel a lot of video games do encourage that kind of behavior, including Dead by Daylight, because, you know, you don't want Victor to jump on you, so you kick Victor. But you can't say it? Oh dear. There we go. Right, I can see a loose thread. Where is it? It's here. There you go. I do my best to keep track of the loose threads in this because I get lost in this kind of pattern very easily, but there's always going to be one or two I miss. So if I come across them, I do it then. Okay, and make sure that side's down nice and tight. And then I'll put it under the machine so it's not moving. And then I'm going to have some tea. Now I can't move. Because the game is a sus comic, Twitch doesn't care about context. Yeah, I think that's the main thing is the context. There's no context on Twitch. Ah dear. Which to an extent there can't be, because obviously it's such a big platform at this point. Like, how can you add context to everything? I think the thing that would be really good if Twitch could implement, if you're gonna ban someone, even if it's like just a one-day ban, tell them exactly why you ban them. Even if it's just a phrase like for sexual content or for language or for something like that, so that people can go back into their own VOD and maybe like, or work out why they were banned and not do it again. Because otherwise, stuff like that, like I wouldn't realize that was a reason that I'd get banned, you know? I think having a really clear explanation of the reason of a ban for everybody, even if it's just like there's text that you can just copy paste, like sexual content, like language, like nudity, stuff like that, that you can just bang, 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 and then paste to the people when you send them the ban notice. Was it a tough movie show? It could have been. I don't know. Even when Twitch had content, still don't care. I mean, that is true to an extent. That is one thing, by the way, that I might do. You know what? Let's have a quick explanation period so that I can give some context to people that are a little bit newer. So the costume that we're making at the moment is the molded from Resident Evil 7, but also Zoe inside the molded. Zoe is going to be wearing a bodysuit that is going to be predominantly a nude color, and it's made of stretch fabric. So the thing is, for a lot of the pieces that are stiffer that I'll be sewing onto it, I'll have to be wearing it while I sew it to make sure that it's got the correct amount of stretch, that when I sew it on, it doesn't gather or like pull it. So a lot of it I'll be wearing as I stitch it on. Not all of it, there'll be panels I don't have to, but there'll be a fair few panels where I will have to. During those streams, rather than being in the makers and crafting section, I'm going to put myself in the body painting section. Technically, I will be painting the bodysuit as well, but I won't be painting on my body. It's just they're a little bit more lenient over there when it comes to art and like the way that you produce art. I won't be naked. I'll be in no way naked, but if you look at me like this, like if you had like a really quick glance at the stream, it would maybe look like I wasn't wearing any clothing, because I'll be having my nude color as a full bodysuit, which when we haven't sewn anything onto it is going to look like a naked body. And while I might keep it initially from like here up, I still think it'd be safer to put myself into the body painting section, where it's a little bit normaler to see that at the beginning of a project, and you're less likely to get like insta-banned. This is a heads up, that's probably something we're going to do. While technically we are not going to be body painting, it's just a bit safer in that section. And when we do that, I'll probably make like a little, just so people know that's something we're doing. Because as far as I'm concerned, nothing I'm doing is against TOS. It's not even close to that. Like I won't be naked, I'll be fully covered. But because of the colour of the outfit and because of sometimes Twitch acting before checking the context, as I've been saying, I'd rather be safe and just put myself in a section where I'm less likely to come under that scrutiny. So yeah, that's something that I've considered ahead of time. We're not doing Zoe for a while. In fact, we probably won't really be working on Zoe until after Christmas, to be honest. But I wanted to like nip that in the bud really early. That's something that we're probably gonna have to do. Dear, Twitch transparency, the hell is that? What is transparency? Transparency is me telling you how much you cost me, and making you guilt tripping you for not earning enough money on Twitch while I am run by one of the most successful companies in the world. That's Twitch transparency. Twitch transparency is saying that streamers get 50% of every sub, not mentioning the heavy taxes that Twitch put on subs and gifted subs, which mean that we get nowhere near 50% of every sub. That's Twitch transparency. Oh dear. As fucking as transparent as my desk. Oh dear. What's the listening? Off to tweet the jelly is getting naked on Twitch. Oh no! Oh no! Shoot! Wait, but no, they won't check the context though. Oh god, bro. The context is so important. Wow. What's the best way support then, because nicer subs are, they're not actually going to you. Well, most of it, not all of it anyway. To be honest, I still stand by subs as the best way to support a streamer, because you get something back from it, and that's something you can spread. So basically, I get less money from every sub, but you get the emotes, which means it feels like I've given you something at least, which is great. And if you spread those emotes around to other channels, it is almost like promoting other streamers with the emotes that you use. So although I maybe don't get as much monetary gain, it still spreads the word around that, hello, this person has squishy emotes, but also that, you know, it's a streamer that you support, if that makes sense, because I only use the emotes of streamers that I support. So it's kind of like giving the seal of approval to a streamer when you use their emotes in somebody else's chat, right? So it automatically would give people a good vibe about me, because you're happy to put your seal of approval by using my emotes in other people's chats. So even though I don't get as much money from it, it kind of helps build a good positive reputation of a streamer. And that is a lot on Twitch. Like, a lot of Twitch growth is like, do people actually support you and the things that you're saying? Yeah, that means a lot more than you think it might. It means a huge amount. And what you don't get from monetary gain, you do get gain in other ways, like people discovering your stream, or people thinking your stream is probably a positive place because someone else they like has said, yes, it is. It's the same thing about raids. It's like, raiding is a really important thing, but there's no monetary gain to raids. Technically, there shouldn't be. But it's like a streamer putting their stamp of approval on another streamer to be like, this stream. Also, Les, that's very heckin' kind of you. You don't have to. I'm not saying that you have to sub, but it's very kind. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you, Les. I hope you enjoy your heckin' emotes. But yeah, I still personally say subs or gifted subs is the best, in my opinion. If it's specifically money that you want to give a streamer, if they have a donation button to a PayPal, PayPal's cut is much better for larger donations. They take a lot less, but also like bits as well, that you give the amount that you end up getting the taxes really on the bits, because like the amount of bits you buy aren't equivalent to the amount of bits you get, but the streamers should get all of those bits. So if I was giving like an actual table, as far as support goes, subs are the most supportive in my mind, because they spread a positive image of your channel elsewhere on Twitch. Bits are great for small donations because you're not getting taxed so highly on that. So like 100 bits or 200 bits, I would say do bits, because PayPal puts a really high charge on small donations there. So like, for instance, for every £1 donated by PayPal, they take half. So like, but then like as you get up, they're only taking like 40 something p. So it's like a really small percentage, but it shows a lot on the smaller donations. So rather than donating £1, donate 100 bits. But then if you're doing a larger donation, I wouldn't bother with bits. I'd just go straight for a donation link. There you go. I would say that's probably the best way to navigate. And again, it's streamer preference as well. A lot of people will say don't bother with subs because it doesn't support me that much, and like that's absolutely fair too. If streamers don't feel like subs support them, or if they don't notice that subs support them, especially because you don't get as much money from them, that's also very, very valid. But for me, because I want to grow, mainly as a cosplayer, if I'm being quite honest, but I want to grow, I want to meet more cosplayers, I want to meet more streamers, and that means that growth is more important. Subs do a lot for that. There you go. And that's my essay. Distinction, please. Because I have to. It's like watching someone else creative. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, PayPal has sort of a flat fee. So for $1 it's 49p, but for 100 it's also 49p. Yeah, exactly. It's like a lot better. If you're gonna do a large donation, it's a lot better through that than it is through, like, how much is £100 worth of bits? Just out of curiosity. Where am I? Where am I? Oh my god, I am, there we go. Yeah, for that, it costs you £122 for 100 cents worth of bits. So the conversion's much worse. Yeah, but it's small, it's better. There you go, Twitch information. is your sewing random, by the way, for the texture? Listen, I'd be honest, streaming makes it a lot randomer because I'm only half concentrating on the patterns that I'm making. If I'm being truthfully honest, only having half my brain in it is doing a really good job of making it more random because I'm just kind of going, and that helps. But I'd say like, it's difficult. Making random textures is one of the hardest things to do that should be one of the easiest. You kind of just get used to like, I guess the idea of, well, I haven't done this in a while. You know, like in tests where you're putting like A, B, A, D, A, B, B, and you're like, I haven't had a C for a while, let's put a C in there. It's kind of like that. Like there are certain patterns I'm following within this, like the circle pattern, or making the veins spread out, or doing a half and half, thickening up the veins, making them really thin, and I'm just trying to make sure that I spread them all apart a little bit. But then also occasionally do them really close together. And that tends to make it look pretty random. Ah! Oh, wait, Anonymous! Thank you so much for the 420! Oh my god, I blazed into that. That's very heavy kind of you. Thank you so much. Heck, to you too. Right, everyone, it's time to blaze it. We've been summoned. I'm not gonna say anything because I definitely haven't tried any substances at any point in my life, ever. But if I had, I really wanted it to help my migraines, but it just kind of made me lazier. Like, if I was having a migraine at the same time, I'd just be like, So it wasn't really helping me look after myself. So I was like, well, if it helps you, fantastic. I'm glad for you. For me, it just made me a lazy person who didn't look after himself and had to be looked after. Oh, Sid, hey, it works for you, Sid. And for some people, it really does, which it's annoying that it's not an option that you can do very easily. Well, you can do it reasonably easily, but like it should be as easy as it is for any of the other options. What I will say, although it doesn't work for me, it did give me a lot less side effects than some of the other stuff that I take or that I've taken that is prescription. And while everyone's different, I don't know. Oh, Duda, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Speaking of, how close are you to getting the printer? Well, the printer's 400 quid. Not very close. The thing is, every time I have like a little bit of spare money that isn't specifically for the printer, I'm like, that goes towards the house. Like, that's house money. That's, you know, giving some extra money to the builders, or that's paying for their lunch or something like that. So it's been a bit difficult to save extra right now because we're renovating a house. I mean, via probably you do actually understand pretty well because I know you've been in this position for a hot minute. We won't be in this situation forever though, and I don't actually need the 3D printer until we get to the Zoe part of the constitute, which again is probably after Christmas. So what I'm probably going to do is try and save anything if I can leading up to Christmas, and then at Christmas just ask like for like family, like if anyone wants to get me anything for Christmas, family. Just money is fine. Any money. Because I'll be putting it towards this 3D printer. I like telling people what I'm putting it towards. And so like that's probably how it'll happen, and hopefully that will make up any of the extra. Yeah. Are you freehanding this? Yeah, the shadow roll. Look at this. That's a thing just for you. I'll put A in it. There you go. A for added shadow roll. Kind of all over the place anyway, right? What 3D printer are you trying to get? Original Prusa Mini Plus. Original Prusa Mini Plus. Yes. That's the one. Ah dear, I know that feeling looking at Pusha Mini. Yeah, that's the one. Applause to the Peanut Gallery. Thank you. Thank you, Peanut Gallery. You've always got my back. Has the music stopped? Yeah, it has. 2 seconds. Well, there you go. Oh dear. Right, around and around. More circles, please. I did an umbrella into the costume on the other leg somewhere. I don't remember where it is. I'll see if I can find it. I've just been trying to put like little Easter eggs in here, but it's really difficult to see them most of the time because there's just so many goddamn veins. But I definitely put an umbrella in here somewhere. Just once it's all done, you can't really see that kind of detail. But it's in there. Oh god. Where did I put my umbrella? I don't know. I have to find it another time, I suppose. It's in there somewhere. I just don't know where. One vein's gonna hold for eternity. Heck yeah, that's the strongest vein I've sewn so far. Heck yeah, welcome vein alert. So what the hell is this song? Sorry. I know it sounds back pretty well, but I still get confused sometimes. I don't always recognize my own Cool. Ow. There you go. That didn't even hit me. I don't know why I said ow. Just loud noise, you know, generally. I have 2 printers, I'm pretty sure, and a Nobiwa model that's just orange one, and it has a resin printer too. Yeah, I would one day love to get a resin one as well, but for some of the stuff that I want to do, unfortunately resin doesn't really work. But I would like to get one because smooth models though. Smooth models. Oh, what kind? It's orange. I want to get that one too. It looks so fly. I bet it does. An orange printer. Ooh, Prison Mini. Oh, cool. Not a large gold plate though, but good consistent print quality. I use the Creatality CR10 original, better for large print sizes. Yeah, luckily most of the stuff that I want to make is pretty small. It's pretty, like, they're details, because anything else I'll just make it like sewing, you know? So it's like, they're detail pieces, and that's why I'm quite okay with a slightly smaller build plate, because I don't need, like, the prints I'm gonna make are not very big. They're very small, detailed things. Resin is also bad to recycle. If you have UV light, yeah, you have to UV light it before you could dump it. Yuck. And it's stinky. Oh, your printer is so, yeah, it is. It was in the general Discord, isn't it, Val? Because Val was, I think, putting some videos of how fast that printer, it looks like it's sped up. It looks like it's in fast forward when it's printing. That's how quick it is. And I remember like asking Val, like, is that sped up? And Val was like, no, that's just how quick it is. It's just incredibly quick. Sorry, my hoops are very tight because with this kind of sewing, if you have any like gathering or like lumps in the fabric, it will make the fabric smaller. I mean, even just adding this much stitches will make the fabric smaller. And so that's why I have such a thick seam allowance around the side. I've got like an inch around everything because I'm expecting the fabric to shrink. Although I will say, so far, it's not shrunk too much. It's very similar. Oh dear, 3D printer excitement! Oh dear, I hope you're gonna plan to print 3D. Oh yeah, you're gonna print 3D fabric, right? I will be doing some 3D fabric, but I'll probably also be printing some other things too, but they're all gonna be small. Sunkoi, I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. You'll put it in the craft journal. Heck yeah, resin is so smelly. That's what I've heard. I've never myself used a resin printer. I've only ever used the other, like standard. So, I've never had to smell it, but everyone said it stinks. 300 millimeters a second, yeah, it's incredibly fast. It's really funny to watch though, especially when you know that it's not in fast motion and that's just like how it is. And oh yeah. Oh, did somebody clip my nose? How could you? How could you? I wanted to go to the crafts channel and I wanted to watch it again. There it is. The speediest little video, my god. It just looks like it's fast forwarding because of how fast the top is moving. It looks really good. Good here. So they're gathering supplies for an attempt at corset making. Ooh. I hope you enjoy it because it like adds so much that you can do if you could put that support into a costume. So I really hope you like it. I like corset making. It's a pain in the ass while I'm doing it, but as soon as it's done, I'm like, yes, yes. The camera makes it look like it's in fast forward, but it's actually just that fast. Yeah, it's just really fast. Oh god. Okay. Guys, how do you feel about a tea break? I need tea. I have run out of tea, and with my throat as it is, I can't really afford to run out of tea for very long. If I go without tea for more than 10 minutes, I die. That's it. I'm just dead, and that's against TOS. You're not allowed to do that on stream. So I'll leave you there. That way I have it ready and set up for starting again. But I'm going to do a quick 5-minute break. It's gonna say 10 minutes. Don't worry about that. It always says 10 minutes. Where is my tea break? What? Where is it? Oh, there it is. BRB tea break. I was gonna say I've lost it. Jesus. Yeah, I'll be back in just a moment. I should grab me some too. Heck yeah, everybody get yourself tea. Everyone get tea. It's important. Very, very important. I'm back in a moment. I'm gonna get myself tea. There we are. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you got tea. Ah, dear. Got me some tea too. Heck yeah. It's in the craft channel. Got 2 bits in there. It's very heckin' fast. From a pic of my Velma from Scooby-Doo model and my boyfriend. Maybe. Oh, you have a model made. Heck yeah. Let's have a look at the model. Let's have a look at the heckin' model. Ah, that's very heckin' cute. Oh, I actually really like the base for that as well. That's a pretty sick base. I have a lot of anime figurines and the base matters. Nice base goes a long way. There goes your dishes. Oh, have good fun with the dishes. I hope it goes well. To you too, Stream Elements. Right. I'm gonna have a sip of my tea in a second, but it's a bit hot right now. So we'll get back to sewing for a minute and then we'll tee up. Yeah. Honestly, my voice could use some hot tea. Just getting to that stage. Same as kind of yesterday where it's like my voice feels a little bit strange, but it's not too bad right now. And honestly, like, I don't have a strong voice anyway. People are not here for my strong hecking voice. But I don't know why most of you are here. But it's not for my voice, so I don't have to worry too much about it. As long as I don't lose it completely, it's okay. That's the goal. Always the goal. Not completely lose voice. That's just a pain. That's a pain for daily activities. That's a pain for everything. I like to be able to communicate with people. I need a voice for that. Okay, get that in there. Slow process, but we're heckin' getting there. Like, which way is easy to see? Like a third up this leg already. I mean, I did do quite a bit of it off stream, but like, you know, let's not knock the progress when we make it. A third of the way up the leg is pretty damn good, especially when the legs are one of the biggest pieces. They're not the biggest piece, the biggest piece is still up front, but they're up there, they're one of the biggest pieces. Said hold off getting the mini pros because you might regret a smaller printer bed. Do not worry, this is not a sudden split decision. I've been talking with members in my community about this for like 2 months now, and it's before that I had gone and done the research myself. The smaller print bed is not an issue for the kind of stuff that I'm doing. I guess you'll have to wait and see the sort of tiny, minuscule stuff that I'm making, and then you'll understand. The other thing is I am not a complete noob when it comes to 3D printers. I actually did it for 3 years and I had full training. So do not be afraid. I am semi-aware of what I'm doing. I did a lot of 3D modeling, albeit mainly for buildings, but I did do it. You know how many tiny windows I printed? Teeny tiny windows. I did so many. I did a tiny sofa, teeny tiny sofa. Meanwhile, other people are like, I made an entire moving doll. It's like heckin' cool, but have you seen my tiny sofa that I made? Oh dear. Yeah, small print bed, really not the issue, but nothing I'll be making is probably bigger than 5 centimeters. It's very small. Very small. Just as well, basically the type of cosplay I do is predominantly sewn anyway, so I'll be adding in things to sew into the costume a lot more than I will be making cosplay elements. Does that make sense? I'm a seamstress through and through. I like sewing. We talked about it a bit now. We made up pros and cons of the machine during chat too. Yeah, it's not been a split second of like, this is the machine for me. Originally I was supposed to get some other ones, but we talked about it with some of the makers. In case you're curious as well, Vile is one of those people. Vile literally does 3D modeling. They do it for Nerf guns and stuff like that. That's why they have like 3 3D printers. But then also I friends with other people in the cosplay community that also have 3D printers specifically for cosplay. So cool to talk to them. And then I also have my own like training, I suppose, where like I did it for 3 years. Lots of 3D modeling. Yeah, but it's okay. It doesn't come from like a completely new background. Yeah. I have been creative for a while. A little while. is, if I needed a bigger print bed, I could just be like, hey Vile, can I pay you for materials and such, and would you mind helping me out with this print? or a few other people as well who might live a bit closer by that I could do that with. I'd be like, hey, help. I've got all of the models, I've got all of this, would you mind printing the stuff? But I don't imagine it happening. The stuff that I do, the other thing is I like doing things myself. I don't, as much as like I'm happy to, I don't have anything against commissions. I just really enjoy learning the new skills myself, or like testing myself a little bit more and doing that kind of stuff. So this is what, like, there was a trend happening, a trend that I completely stand behind, by the way, like 100%, which was when people were saying crediting the people that help their costumes. I really wanted to take part, but because I don't leave the house very often, I don't often have help from other people, unfortunately. I'd never done a group project that I didn't entirely make, and I was like, I can't, like, Simplicity Patterns helped me a lot at one point. I did a lot of that. Charity stores have helped me a lot. I don't really do cosplay photography, so there's a few photographers that take my picture at times, but like, it's not something that I do. My photographer is Shiny, and Shiny deserves a lot of credit because they help a lot. But like, yeah, I don't really do collaborative stuff. Not that I have anything against it. It's just if I can learn something else, I'd rather just learn the thing myself. I like to learn. I am a fan of learning. Oh dear. Me and my partner has PLA and resin printer, both based in Bristol. Yeah, thank you very much, Cthulhu. That's very kind of you. Just across the lake. Heck yeah. I got a job with a company called House Bots, and they make wall cubing robots for people to use. For example, if you need a building painting, they will send a robot up to paint the wall, save risking a human up a ladder. Service of a 3D print parts from them. Aww! Wait, that's really cute. That's like you know, you get like job roles in MMORPGs. That's like almost like the engineer or gunner job role. Like where you fight using your little robotic minions, and like you have your own weapon as well, but like a big part of your firepower comes from the robots you engineer along the way. I like that. I am biased though, because that is also the class that I like to play. Like something like that which has minions. I really liked it in Guild Wars 2. I think it was called Gunner in Guild Wars 2, but maybe it was Engineer, where you had turrets with a big turret build. I had my healing turrets, I had my underwater turrets, I had all of the turrets, honestly. I just really enjoyed getting every turret for that character. Oh dear. But a cool job, heck yeah! So it was like learning stuff as part of the fun of cosplay. Same. It's like, I would love to be able to credit more people. And like, I would love to do a collaborative cosplay project at some point, whether it be like a cosplay collab where people, oh, did I have another snap? That's unusual. I wonder what it's getting caught on. I'm just gonna have a little test real quick. No. I don't know what it's snapping on. I mean, I can see it very quickly, so it's not really a problem. I'm just a bit confused. I'd love to do a collaborative cosplay with people at some point where like, oh, I can see some lint. Where are they? Where we like all make a cosplay from a specific series, or maybe work together on one cosplay. I'd love to do that at some point. Sorry, I just saw like a tiny piece of lint, and I have experiences with lint, and I'm very careful with it. Make sure that it's all out of there. There you go. It's tiny, but I don't take chances. Oh, day printer is 320, 350, 320. Hell. Oh no, 330. Sorry, 320, 350, 3. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. 3. There we go. In there. And then, yeah, I just haven't had the opportunity. Or I guess that's not even true. I have had the opportunity. Any other cosplayers in chat can talk about how they feel about this. So I have almost done a few group cosplays, but when it got more like talking about the details, it wasn't that we'd all be making our own cosplays. The plan everybody else had was that I would make 8 cosplays, and they would just wear them. Yeah, it didn't really sit very well for me. I kind of distanced myself from those people because it kind of, it didn't feel like they wanted me there to be part of a collaborative cosplay. It felt like they wanted me to be there so that I would make their stuff for them, and then that would be it. And I was like, okay. And bear in mind, this was like a friend thing, so like I wouldn't have been paid for any of it. Like they probably, I just knowing that they probably would have purchased materials, but like it wasn't like, and they weren't super complicated costumes, it's just, it didn't really sit well with me. And that's happened a couple times where I've been invited to a cosplay group and I got really excited and I think we're all gonna make a cosplay together, or we're all gonna make cosplays for the same group, and then no Jelly, you're making all of our costumes, right? And it's like, what? When was that agreed? Like, I don't remember agreeing to doing that. I think a lot of people thought as well, because I had like a lot of free time, but it's not free time, but like people see it as free time because I'm disabled, because I'm bedbound a lot. You have a lot of time, right? But it's like, that's not exactly how it works. I'm not in work because I'm lazy. I'm not in work because I'm physically not well enough to work right now. It's not free time. It's time where I'm too sick to do anything. And yeah, I had some interactions with people that were like, they probably had good intentions, but like the kind of stuff they were saying was like, how to put it? It's not really bad, but it kind of didn't feel nice to hear either, where it's like, yeah, you have lots of free time now that you can't work anymore, and like, you know, wouldn't it be nice to like fill your time with something? And it's like, I don't think you quite understand what was wrong with me. Why I'm in bed so much. Like, I'm sick. I'm really sick. One of the interview questions for the Remote Maker job was, how much would you charge to clean every window in Birmingham? Also name a project you work on non-university, did it? And he talked about costuming 3D printed called Irons for anime called Overlord. I know Irons. Irons Al Ghul. Yes. Heck yeah. That's a very cool costume, by the way. For cool costume picks, that's up there. Oh yeah, it's not fair to expect 8 costumes like that. It's no go. Not a good friend group. Yeah, I didn't even know half the people. I knew a couple of them, and like it's hard to distance yourself from people if you think you could be good friends. But like, there are also situations where I guess it feels like they're just using you, and it still makes me kind of sad to think about that, because like the only collaborative projects I've done are with my sister. And since that, I'm just really suspicious of collaborative projects, because it's happened twice. I think it's only twice, where it's like people have just assumed that I'm going to be doing everything for them. Sorry, mic hit. That I'm going to be doing everything for them, and that's okay. And like, it's okay because I'm disabled and I have spare time, and it just made me feel kind of icky. They just want a pocket maker so they don't have to do it themselves. Yeah. I know Devon feels, when I do photography or photo shoots, Fred asked me to make them a deal, and it's like, I feel like my time is worth a little bit more than that. And even like, it's complicated because like, obviously I am stuck in the house a lot, and I am not able to go outside very much, and like, that's all true, but also I'm still a human being. I still want to believe that the stuff that I have value. I don't like to imagine that value is less just because I don't have any other options. Like, that's kind of how it felt. It's like, the value was less because like, what else are you gonna do, right? Sit in bed and throw up? And it's like, like, it just kind of icky feeling. I remember telling Shiny about it, and Shiny was not happy. Like, when I was telling them what they were expecting of me, and that kind of tipped me off to like, okay, maybe it's not in my head. Maybe this isn't okay. Maybe this isn't a normal way to treat people. And like, yeah, because sometimes I need that. I need somebody to come over and be like, yeah, the way that they're treating you, what they're expecting from you, that's not a collaborative project, and it's not the fun thing that they've told you it's going to be. Like, they've lied, and they've basically made it that you're just working for them for nothing. It's like, I need to hear it from somebody. You're talking about everyone agrees to make their own thing is hard enough. Yeah, for sure. And like, I'd love to be part of a group project one day, but I don't know that I necessarily trust people very much anymore with that kind of thing, because I'm just expecting at any moment somebody to turn around and be like, oh, but you're making this bit for me, right? Because you sew, and I don't do sewing, so you'll make this bit for me. And it's like, will I? Because I never agreed to that. And it's... like, it's all one thing if I agree to do something, or like maybe I make this for you, you make this for me. Like that's fine. There's an agreement in it, but just expecting me to do it is like... and then trying to use the fact that I'm disabled to justify it is like... oh dear. I love people that are not creative and love to get Insight made with them, but if they're not giving us as a gift, then I'm paying for it. Yeah. Dear me. Wait, you're still doing this? Dora, have you not lost your sanity? I lost my sanity years ago. I haven't found it for a long time. Like, my sanity was gone a while ago. I stand by the fact, if you have chronic migraines, you're probably not sane. I mean this in the nicest way possible. But you do. Listen, I don't think I've ever met someone with chronic migraines that is in any way sane. We all lost our sanity a long time ago. What's wrong with it? Yeah, honestly, I really don't mind stuff like this, like non-stop ongoing projects. There we go. Oh dear. Oh, you broke a finger off it and taking it to a con. Oh wait, did you put it in there? I've seen some really cool irons. There's a very difficult costume because of the size. Yeah, there it is. It looks fantastic. There's such big costumes, but like they have a presence. Big costumes like that have a presence, and Irons is a very cool character. Oh dear. Pumpkin, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh dear. Wah. Wah. There we go. And... oh, Bin's not there. Bin is over there. Anyway, that's my experience with group cosplay projects. I would love to do a group cosplay project one day, but I am also in the mindset that I'm incredibly suspicious coming into them. So if anyone was to try doing a group cosplay project, I'd be like, what's the catch? What do you want me to do? What are you expecting of me? What do I need to do? Like, you would have, it probably, if you didn't know the context, it maybe looked like I was really indecisive, but if you know the context, I'm just incredibly suspicious. I'm just waiting for someone to turn around and expect me to do work for them. I left the wig in my friend's car, so I wasn't happy with my neck. Oh, listen, I did a whole stream, like, pretty early into me streaming, where we went through some of my old cosplays, and I didn't even style my wigs. I just took them out of the bag and put them on my head. Everyone's looking at eyes of me like, is that Meg? Also, I don't know why I gave you that voice. I'm very sorry, Val. You don't sound anything like that. It's great. I got a new job. That's at night, so I'm usually sleeping doing streaming. Oh, bless you, Pumpkin. But I hope you enjoy the job. Heck yeah. Suspicious dog meme. Basically. Someone invites me to a cosplay move, and I'm like, yeah. Oh, can I tell you another thing? Right. Actually, this could go as a warning. Anyone who's hosting Boobtober streams or does more charity streams. I haven't done charity streams in a while. Can I tell you the tea on why I've not done any charity? Sorry, we're gonna stop sewing for a bit, because I have something I would like to bring some attention to that has happened behind the scenes, and that I am more than happy to back up with receipts should I need to, because I have them. Right, drama break. Not really drama break, but something that happened to me after Boobtober. So, last year I hosted Boobtober, this year it's being hosted by 3 people, not me. Vile, Bateman and Dem, they're the people hosting it this year. Last year after Boobtober, I had a lot of people reach out to me and ask if I wanted to take part in their charity streams. So like, a lot of people found me through Boobtober and were like, you do charity stuff and you put a lot of effort into it. How would you feel about doing this? And I responded yes to basically everyone. As long as I was like, I was okay with the charity, and like, I was like, yeah, listen, I'll go in a Discord call with you. We'll talk about it. I got ghosted by every single one. And for like months and months, I had charity streams planned out. I had charity streams planned out for May. I had charity streams like planned back out in January. I had all of these charity streams planned out that people had asked me to join in on, and then completely ghosted me when I started talking to them. Like, and it was so like it happens once to you, okay. It happens multiple times where they'll give you the time, they'll give you the cause, they'll ask, most of them asked to join a Discord call with me, or they asked to get some other contact with me, which I gave. I was like, yeah, let me add you on Discord, let me do all of that. Nothing. As soon as I'd get in a place where I could actually physically talk to them, they would ghost me. So we would talk about all the details, we would, you know, I'd say like, yeah, I'm happy to do this, I could do giveaways, I could do all of this. And then we'd go to the point of having a call, and they'd blank me. And because of that, I had multiple charity streams this year planned, like quite a few, and for like a fair few different things. But because I was constantly waiting for someone to message me and add me to the team, the stream team or whatever, I never did any of them. And like, if you look at this year, comparatively to last year I managed to do so many charity streams, but I did them on my own. There were ones where I was like, I want to raise money for the Trevor Project. I want to raise money for breast cancer awareness. And so I did them. And like this, the only charity I should say that did reach out and like we followed through was the Starlight Foundation, which is a wonderful charity stream event if you get involved in it. Really, really good. Very well organized. I highly recommend them to anyone. That's the only one which did follow through that got in contact with me after Booptober. Everyone else completely left me hanging and would leave me hanging like a week before the event. Like, it wasn't like months and months in advance all the time. I'd get people messaging me in like March being like, I saw your stuff with Booptober, we're doing a charity event for breast cancer awareness too, we're wondering would you want to be a part of it, we'd love to have someone as passionate about you as breast cancer about you on the project. And I'd be like, yes, I would love to do that. And then they'd ghost me like a week before the event. They'd never send me the team invite. And I'd be like, hey, nothing. And like, it's so frustrating because I like raising money for charity. Like that's I think one of the best things you can do in streaming is like spread awareness about things you care about. Obviously there's a lot of very worthwhile charities out there, but I would say like sticking to the ones you can speak about really well and that you have an interest in, or unless you're doing it as part of a big stream team. I think if you're doing it as an individual project, it's best if you do something a bit more personal because you'll be able to talk about it a lot better. But I like to do that, and we did it like every few months before. And now I haven't done any since I think the last one was the Migraine Trust. And if anyone was wondering why, that's why. I've had so many planned. And then just like, yeah, basically pull out the last minute. And like, it almost felt like a targeted attack. I know it probably wasn't, but like having so many people refer to Booptober and then ghost me was like, why? And I'm just gonna put it out there. They never streamed either. Like, I knew who they were. Like, I looked them up. I would follow them if they asked. Like, if they asked me to go do something so that I could see what they were doing. Never stream again. They never streamed, or they would have been their first stream, or they just give up, you know? And it was like, thanks for dragging me into that. I really appreciate it. I mean, I'm putting all of my work into trying to get stuff together for your charity stream that you're not even going to send me the invite link to. Yeah. Is there anyone who's running Booptober this year? I can't say you'll have the same experience with me as me, but like, yeah, that is something that happened after last year that was just a little bit upsetting. If you're one of the people that did that to me and it wasn't on purpose, please let me know, because genuinely it felt like multiple people were just. I got to a point where like if people didn't reply to like, if I asked them to send me the Discord or asked them to send me this and they stopped, I stopped chasing. I just stopped chasing it because it was like, it's just too much. Like, it's happening too often. So if you were one of the people that just forgot to message me back, let me know, because I swear. Oh dear. Oh, thank you for explaining what Booptober was. Yeah, or is, because it's happening again this year. Ah dear. I never know where to start reaching out to folks unless I knew the event was going ahead, or at least maintain contact. Yeah, this is the thing. If something had come up and you weren't able to run the event, that's fine. Like literally, that stuff happens, and events are really hard to organize at the best of times. So if like something had come up and they'd let me know, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. The issue was completely ghosting me when I had already like made and planned stuff for your event. I think of getting in on stuff. Starlight's such a good one. The Starlight Foundation, for anyone who isn't aware, they provide games, entertainment, art kits for children who have to spend prolonged times in hospital. As a child who often was in hospital themselves, it is incredibly boring. Like, you know, the only things you have to keep you going a lot of the day are like waiting for the next test, which is a really depressing state to be in when you're really young. A lot of the time your parents can't be with you. You're just stuck in a ward with other sick children, and it is a very depressing environment. Like it is. The Starlight Foundation aimed to make it easier for kids in those situations, to give like different age groups, because pediatrics is anything 18 and less. Unless you are a newborn, you could be with kids as young as like 3. And like I was like often one of the oldest on my ward at like 14. And like there would be kids on my ward that were like 3 or 4 years old. And like the needs of us were very, very different at those ages. Like what entertained us was very, very different. And they basically offer more specialized entertainment for kids at different ages. It's really, really good. They're very, very, and they do they're mainly in America, but it's still a cause I'd 100% recommend like getting in on and having a look at, because especially coming up to Christmas, like having stuff to keep kids entertained and that they can do over the Christmas period, when they would want to be anywhere else. Guaranteed, no kid wants to be in Christmas wants to be in hospital at Christmas. And yeah, it's really nice. The stuff they do is really important. Ah dear, they must have used Ghost Protocol. Yeah. Out. Wonder if they didn't realize just how hard it is to do all this. Many people underestimate going into streaming, and yeah, I do think potentially that is the case. I was off, so after Boobtober, I didn't say a lot about what was difficult. I tried to keep it very positive, because obviously like we're raising money for charity, and I don't want to come across as like, oh, so difficult, so hard, so much work kind of thing. I don't want to be that person, but like I've been a bit more open about it since. And yeah, there might have been people that saw it and was like, oh, I could do that really easily, and I don't recommend it as a one-person event, like team. I don't do that. If you're going into that kind of event, have someone that you can really trust to help you, because you are on call 24/7. You don't get days off, and people will expect you to be on it 24/7. It is like being a project manager with no breaks for weeks, and so it's very tiring. Don't do it on yourself. Don't do it by yourself. Having a 3/4 circles go, oh, you got this, Dora. I believe. Oh, so yeah, have some tea whilst I spill that tea. But like, yeah, that's something that happened after Boobtober that I was not getting ready for. And it really threw off a lot of my plans for this year, trying to plan around other people that obviously didn't care. It was also upsetting to get invested in people's charity events, because like, again, I do tend to only take a part in events where I'm invested to an extent. People like luring me in knowing that they'd care about these certain things, like using breast cancer and stuff like that, because yeah, I do care a lot about it. And using that to get some way of contacting me, and then once they had that, getting out. It's like, it's a really messed up thing to do. I am smiling, but not inside. Ah, dear. Friends of mine go to cons, or at TwitchCon, woo! And someone they knew from art school asked them to help out with the con, and the person is proving pretty bad at running these things. I'm glad they finally made the distance themselves from the person professionally. They were already no longer friends. Yeah. It is hard to run these events by yourself. Dem's taken up a lot of the work this year, so much behind the scenes work that's really helped out a lot. Dem is very good at all that though. Like, Dem is a very organised person, so while their sleep schedule may be lacking, their organisation is high. I'd like to run something in the future, but I want to see how things just run, just as a streamer, Boobtober to get a feel for what's involved first, and also raise money, of course, absolutely. And like, this is the thing, the first charity events I did, I either did them by myself or I did them as part of a team, and it made it a lot easier. If I was to give any advice to people running an event with multiple people, so basically including other streamers, have it as like an open invite event, my main advice would be don't do it on your own. Do it with other people. My second advice would be do it with other people in different time zones. because when you bear in mind Twitch is such a worldwide platform, I'd have people messaging me at like 5 in the morning. And for them, it would be a really reasonable time to message someone. For me, it was 5 in the morning. And a lot of the questions would be about streams that person was going to do in like 2 hours time. And it's like, so you'd have to be there with notifications on so that you can help them. And if you have people working at different time zones, it makes it a lot easier. Sorry, my voice is like, I'm still sick. Sorry, that might have been me. Goddamn ghost times, getting me up at 5 in the morning. But yeah, I'd say that's really important. The other thing to bear in mind, and this is a really horrible thing to say, but there will be people that will join your charity event purely with the want of gaining more followers and with no actual interest in helping the event. I told the other guys this, like, there were people who I'm not going to name any names of streamers, and that's not my intention, but who came into the event and made it hell. They would come in and basically self-promote up the yazoo, complain about people that were streaming before or after them because they didn't have enough followers, and so they weren't going to make a big enough impact for them to bother taking part. Yeah, you will get people coming to your event that really don't care about your event, and they're just using it as an excuse to try and gain more followers because they know there are some bigger streamers taking part. And like, I had that with some of the bigger streamers that were taking part. We had partners taking part last year, right? And the people that would fight for the slots after the partners, because they were like, they could raid into me and that will help me out if I go after them. So can we move this around? And you're just like, I swear. Like, why are you here? Like, and all of the people that acted like trash, I have them on a list. I got them. I know who you are. I'm not gonna invite you to anything ever again, but I have you. There were also people who would come by, like, I don't know how to explain this. People who would come by specifically to put down your event because they'd be like, they weren't taking part, they weren't invited, and so let me put down your event. And like, we had it as an open invite. Anyone could join, you just had to click the link. I had people say because they weren't invited that they targeted the event. Mainly it was my streams, to be quite honest, which makes sense, I was running the event. But like, people coming in and being like, you've set the target too high, there's no way you could possibly do that. Like, stuff that isn't ban worthy, but it's just nasty doing a charity event to say things like that. And again, I have them all on a list, and they're never doing a charity event with me again. And if other people I know are doing a charity event, I will warn them about those people. Because Twitch streamers talk. My God. Yeah. Yeah, I faintly remember this. I think this is the thing as well. When you say that kind of thing in my chat, a lot of the other streamers that took part will see it because I was running the event. And like, they're not going to want you as part of their events ever again because they see you saying that stuff in my chat, which is completely uncalled for. Ah, dear. Ah, dear. I'm not about that nonsense. I just told them to kick the rocks. Yeah, it's difficult to do that in the middle of a charity stream where you're trying to keep things quite positive and lighthearted, especially when you're talking about something as heavy as cancer. It's like, it's difficult to make it a point of like that isn't okay, but like, it should be common sense that's not okay. We did also smash the hell out of the target, so yeah, get wrecked. But like, at the time it was really like, Jesus, why? Because I didn't invite you to an event that anybody could join? Yikes! When was the event? Saturday, I missed the best stuff. Oh no, Pro, this was like last October. This was nearly a full year ago, and it is running again this year, but I am not the person hosting it. It's being hosted by Dem, Vile, and Bateman. So those three are hosting it this year, and they're doing a fantastic job so far. Streamers talking to, I know, right? Like, wow, I can't believe that streamers talk to each other. Like, when I was talking, I think it was specifically to Bate and Dem at the time, they asked me. They were like, are there any streamers we should be aware of? And I was like, yes. Yes. It was a bit difficult for me to find some of them. If I saw their names, I would remember. But there were some people I could name, and I could say exactly what they did, and I did it. I named and shamed because I was like, I don't want you to go through the same thing that I did by having these people in your event. Like, they're not worth it. Most of them won't even run a campaign. They're just there for clout. Ah, dear. Some people possess not tact, but not about those people. Yeah, honestly, I think as well, it's the idea that they'll complain and be like, you know, I don't have as many people viewing these days and stuff like that. It's like, well, maybe it's because you keep going to people's chats and being an asshole. Maybe. Oh dear. Feisty, welcome on in. Speaking of feisty, I'm feeling a little bit feisty right now. Just a little bit feisty at the moment. I also, to be very clear, I'm not naming any of the people. If you are running a charity event and you ask me who had acted in my event that way, I will say, but only to you as a one-on-one. I'm not gonna go posting their names about on my Twitter. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Feisty. It's very kind of you. I possess not tact. I'm really good at going, yo, I'm cool. Chill or be timed out. See, that's a good vibe. That's like the vibe check people need sometimes. I was blown about how well we did last year, regardless of clout chasers. Yeah, we did really good. For people who aren't aware, we had a goal of £1,000 last year. And we raised nearly 7 grand. So like when I say we smashed the goal, absolutely decimated that goal. We did really, really well. All the streamers that did take part as well, who did bring their own flavour, their own spin on the event, they did really good. If you saw people streaming for Boobtober, 99% they were fantastic, like really, really good. And like the streams they put together were really thoughtful. They were like a lot of really hard work and effort went into it. And so if you saw someone streaming for Boobtober last year, they're a good egg. They did well. The people that were maybe not the best eggs, well, a lot of them were not people that didn't stream. Yeah. Hope everyone's doing well. I am doing well, thank you. Yeah, I am. We're taking a little break for tea, for sewing, and then we're going to go back to it. We're sewing veins into our costume. It's a satin, but when the veins go into it, it's like... Yeah. How many zeros in a grand? Is that the same as 1,000? It's the same as 1,000. Sorry, my bad. £1,000. Yes. If you are not outing them, even if they were terrible, you deserve cookies. I like leave that out of them. That's okay. I mean, I would prefer as well not to just start that. Like, I have all of their messages, obviously. You have saved chat logs from viewers. So it's not like I don't have them. It's just there's no real reason to. I mean, yeah. Whoa, 7,000, that's amazing. Yeah, and that was the first year we ever ran it. I had a goal to beat everyone, and they did. They beat everyone. Vile was our #1 earner last year. But they put they did loads of giveaways. They were constantly streaming for Boobtober. They did a lot of really hard work, and it was in the middle of moving house as well. So like, Vile put a lot of heckin' hard work. I was about to ask where you're crafting. Yeah, we're making a Resident Evil costume at the moment. We're doing a quick change costume from the Resident Evil 7 molded. That's gonna be like the outside shell of the character, and then on the inside we're gonna have Zoe from Resident Evil 7's DLC, End of Zoe. So it'll be a 2-in-1 costume, like a quick change. You know, like Cinderella quick changes? It'll be like that, but with Resident Evil. Incredible, thanks so much. Yeah, Vile raised over £1,000 on their own. So Vile would have smashed the original target just with Vile. Like, that's how hard everyone was working, though. Like, the people that did streams for Boobtober, we had Boobtober on the front page of Twitch, thanks to McDoodle. We had people giving away, like, for instance, Bear teamed up with some, independent sellers who made boob-themed stuff, also for breast cancer and stuff like that, and, like, collaborated with all of these artists to give stuff away for Boobtober. It was fantastic. Like, when you look at everyone's stream, everyone had such a different spin on it. Shifty did some hot tub stuff. You know what, I'm joking. Shifty streams were fantastic for Boobtober as well. Everyone did like such amazing, unique streams for Boobtober last year. There was so much love and effort put into all of them, from creating your own assets to making like ridiculous giveaways. Like everyone worked so hard. And like the fact that we smashed the goal should really come as no surprise when you look at the hard work that everybody put into it. Yeah. Like every single streamer, every single one. Update, you're doing a straight stitch on a knit machine, setting at the highest level of annoyance I can handle at 7 in the morning. Wow, you started early, Dora, Jesus. I look forward to the quick change thing. I think it's gonna be really fun. I like how Shifty did hot tub stuff, like they're a ghost. Shifty was in the top category, what was their stream? Their anniversary stream? they did a hot tub stream and they were like one of the top 6 recommended hot tub streams. It was really funny. We got a lot of screenshots of it. Like Shifty up there with like 100 and something viewers in the hot tub category. It's just the ghost in the hot tub, like like top. It was so funny. And like you could like seeing them with like, and the best thing was to take a screenshot with all of the surrounding pictures, because all of the surrounding pictures were girls doing yoga or like in like bikinis and stuff like that, and then it was just like Shifty there like it was great. Incredible work. It was so funny. It was the anniversary, thank you. Yeah, I was like, I think it was some celebration stream. It was so good. Oh. Yeah, everyone approached Booptober in their own special way, and that's honestly what made the event so special, was to see everyone's different takes on it, and everyone raising money for charity for something like that. Because at the end of the day, it is a very personal thing for me. Like, it's something that I care about a lot. But like seeing so many other people come forward and also approach the subject in a lot of different ways. Like I approached it very much from the what you can do without monetary gain, like without spending money. Because, you know, I do come from a background of low income, so I'm like, I often can't donate to charities that I care a lot about. With breast cancer awareness, that's okay. There are lots of other things you can do that don't involve having to spend money at all. Number one, making sure that you check yourself so that if you do have an issue, you find it out really, really early. That's important. But secondly, if you have old bras that you know, in your drawers, there are a lot of charities that will take these bras and recycle them into new bras. The one that we supported last year against breast cancer actually weighs those bras before they take them apart to make new ones. And that they'll weigh the money, and for every like pound or something of bras, they'll donate money to breast cancer research. So it's like a combined thing. Also, Michael, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. I love your hair. My son did his almost the same color. Oh, really? Heck yeah, mine's like greeny and then blue. Greeny blue. Mermaid. Ah, dear. Yes, Jelly has one of the giveaway items I had. Yes, I do. I won one of the Vars giveaways. I still need to make a diva costume so I can, you know, use it. But, like, I got it. I can shoot people with it. Crocheting is the way to go. Just made my neighbor a beanie and a scarf because she's a breast cancer survivor. That's another thing. It's like that you can have. So for prosthesis, if you are someone who opts for a prosthesis, which a lot of the time is not so common these days, but a lot of people previously have, you'll have your breast removed and you'll have a prosthesis made that matches your remaining breast, or potentially maybe both. But during the time you're waiting for it to be made, you'll have nothing. And so that could be months while you're waiting for it to be sent to you. And there are charities like Knitted Knockers who'll provide women with softies, so little knitted ones, while they're waiting for their real prosthesis. Or potentially just one that they can use forever if they want to. It's a lot more lightweight than a prosthetic, or prosthesis even. And so a lot of people will just find it more comfortable, especially if they're suffering with other issues after breast cancer as well. It might just end up being more comfortable and they'll wear that forever. Also, things like beanies. For anyone with cancer, it's a really nice thing to have if you need it, if you don't want to wear a wig and if you don't feel comfortable being bald. A beanie can cover a lot. Oh. Wow. There you go. Sorry, music stopped. Had to bring back. So yeah, all of these kind of charities help. And there's lots of different ways you can approach it. We did have knitters and crocheters making stuff like that last year and they were amazing. Ah, dear. Okay, Jelly, your streams last year were okay. Oh, thank you. For what we did, we made a bra every single stream and we made them themed. So they were like cosplay bras, but they were mainly cosplay and a little bit bra because they were pretty horrific, a lot of them. The horror ones, though, were some of my favorite to make. And it was really fun. We made a bra for every stream because we were really pushing the you don't have to donate money to support breast cancer. There are like other things you can do and that they're important too. Again, I feel like that's always kind of the angle that I go for just because I am from a lower income background, and as much as I really support a lot of charities, I often can't donate to them. But that's okay, because there are other things you can do. If you're in a situation that's similar to me where you support a charity but can't afford to donate to it, there are other things you can do. Spreading awareness is always number one. And there's so many things with breast cancer that are pretty highly stigmatized, helping to bring down the wall of stigma. For instance, things like male breast cancer, in breast cancer in women that are much younger, stuff like that. People just assume that these things don't exist, but they exist a lot. And unfortunately, a lot of women, younger women and any men, honestly, feel like they can't talk to people around them about breast cancer because they never thought it was something that they should be getting. And breaking down those stigmas, that's another thing you can do if people bring it up, just like having that knowledge that you can then spread. And then of course, donating bras. I would say about bra donation to be a little bit careful. There are charities who literally just ship them off to Africa with no say, and then they just have to put it in landfill because there is literally nothing. Like, yeah, we ship it off to Africa. They don't want your own stinky bras. Like, so you have to be a little careful. Some charities will speak specifically about the places that they are giving the bras to be recycled, and those ones are generally a little bit better than the ones that just say, oh yeah, we send them to Africa, so they can go into landfill over there. Other options are ones like Save the Girls, ones where you can donate things like that to women who are maybe living where they can't afford to buy bras for themselves, living homeless, stuff like that. So there are other ones as well. Those kind of ones will always normally as well accept things like sanitary items. I need more bobbin, I think. Which are also really, really useful. So anything charity I did is a sewing school I used to work for made drain bags. Ooh, heck yeah. I need to get into making build. You got the looms for making beanies? Oh, heck yeah, Vile. What? I shouldn't be surprised. You have a lot of creative stuff. Why wouldn't you have that? Very fine, thank you. Yeah, I can't support like I used to, but luckily I'm already a loud person. Yeah, there's so much you can do that isn't money related, and that's the same with a lot of charities. I always say this about migraines, like, you don't have to donate to anyone. That's not necessary. What you could do is learn a little bit more about migraines and what they do, so that you don't make the mistake of like using migraines as an excuse to get out of social events. Yeah, like honestly, the best thing you can do for anyone with migraines is to know how severe migraines can be and not use them to get out of events, because using my disability to skive is weird. It feels weird, it feels uncomfortable. There's no reason to do that, just so you have food poisoning. Don't use people's disabilities as ways to get out of school or work or social events, it's creepy. And it also means that people like me who actually have the conditions are a lot less likely to be believed. No one believes us. Why? Because it's always used to skive. Oh dear. Yeah, but like you don't have to donate any money to do that. Also, Clown, thank you so much for the follow. That's very kind of you. Yeah, like you don't actually have to do any, like spend any money. It's just changing your attitude towards something to know that it can be a lot more serious than you might imagine. I think a lot of people think migraine is like the common cold. You'll have it for a day or two and then you'll be better. And for some people that is absolutely the case. You could have one migraine in your entire lifetime, but knowing that some people live with migraine every single day their entire life, and they are disabled by it, like they need help with simple things like I do, like cooking, cleaning, looking after myself, because when I have migraine symptoms, I can't bloody see anything. It's like living half blind most of the time. My perception is never good because I can't see out of both of my eyes properly. And so I run into things a lot, I fall down a lot, I faint a lot as well. And then of course like the more obvious issues of like, yo, you're just throwing up all the time. Or like you're always in agony. You can't do normal things when you're living with migraines 24/7. The support mentally, if you know somebody who has that kind of condition, it means a lot. I'm personally in a pretty good place, but I can tell you 3 years ago I wasn't. I was in a really rough place. I am not going to go too far into statistics today, that's not my intention. But if you have any curiosity, have a little look at what statistics are like for mental health with people with chronic migraine. The results might surprise you. Number 7 especially. Oh dear, he's making scarves which I have the looms, made the biscuits with fat. Oh wait, that's lovely though, Vile. Oh, you started making sweaters recently. Ed Sheeran Pokemon song releasing. Actually, are you trolling or is that actual? There's entirely too much fabric, that's fair. Spreading awareness is free. Exactly. We have newly homeless shelter I donate all my crochet stuff to. Yeah, and I bet they really appreciate it, especially coming up to winter. I don't believe you, Jelly. How could you, Gromit? I always felt that people find hidden disabilities to get out of things odd if they weren't diagnosed by a doctor. Okay, so here's the thing. For migraine specifically, and that is the only one that I can really talk about, I've said this before, if you don't have a diagnosis for chronic migraines, so like migraines like every day, or nearly every day, you don't have migraines. The reason being, until you get that diagnosis, you might have a brain tumor. You might be about to have a stroke. Like, you might have blood clots. it's not that I don't believe you're in pain. Fully believe you're in pain every day. That I don't doubt. Until you have a diagnosis, you don't have migraines. I've said this before, but it's the Schrodinger's cat of headaches. It could be migraines, but it could also be you open the box and you have a brain tumor. The symptoms are so similar that until you have the doctors all clear, you don't not have those conditions, okay? Yeah. So it's not that I don't believe that you're in pain. Fully believe you're in pain. But I can't believe you have migraines, or chronic migraines specifically, until you have a diagnosis, because that's just not responsible. Like, that's not a responsible way to approach chronic migraine. Yeah. Ah, damn. Throwing up is my least favorite part of it. I am lucky. I am not the sickiest person, generally, in life. I do get nauseous more than I throw up, and honestly, I feel like it's the vision stuff. Like, I get dizzy a lot, so I'll have like the dizzy nausea waves, but I'm not normally too sicky, thankfully. But yeah, I can send the link to you. You can actually, Zero, you can put it in the chat because you're a VIP. I have endometriosis and I legit get contractions 2 weeks out of the month and not on medication and it's untreated. Yeah, and there's so many things where it's like, invisible conditions, especially conditions that they don't consider will kill you. That's important. Will it kill you? Will it not kill you? There is definitely, like, obviously there is priorities of people that are imminently dying, but the gap between will it kill you and will it not is really big, and you really have to advocate for yourself if it's not going to kill you. That being said, unfortunately, despite migraines being something that doesn't kill you, the death rate is alarmingly high. I don't want to go too much further than that, but it's up there with some of the worst for medical conditions. And to an extent, I joked about this earlier, but like, you do kind of go insane. Like, at least in my experience, the pain does drive you mad, and like, so you'll have moments of insanity where if you don't have a good support system around you, you're in trouble. Like, you're in trouble. Being in pain this often is not something a body is meant to deal with. And it's been 6 years for me since my migraine symptoms started, and they've not stopped. Never. There's no breaks, no downtime. It is just an ever-ending. And like, to an extent, when you think of it like that, you can't really blame anyone for having moments of insanity. But it's very sad that it has to happen, and that there isn't more support available for people like this, because what is it? I'll go really vague into this. The amount of people who have considered suicide with chronic migraine, I believe it was 98%. It's basically everyone. It's so close to being basically everyone. And just to be clear, this is chronic migraine. This is not intermittent migraine. So these are people that have migraines nearly every day, like me. So like, at least half of the month you have migraines. I don't want to scare anyone who's had a migraine once in their life and think they're about to take a massive downturn for their mental health. Like, that's not the case. It is insanely high. Like, when you read those statistics, it's like, whoa. Like, and it sucks because there's no support for people. And so it leads to like some very tragic things happening, because like, when people think migraines, they think the common cold. They think you'll be better in a couple days. But people with chronic migraines, we can barely go outside without support. Like, it's not like that at all. It's a completely different beast. But it's not treated like that. It's treated like the condition that you use to skive school. You know? It's treated like, that's what people say when they want to get out of something. And when that's never been my reality. Like, God, do I wish I could have been in that reality, but that's not how it is. Ossipolitas, welcome on in. The extreme stomach pain assumes dodgy bacon bunny. Diagnosis. Helix, no! Helix! Are you kidding me? Did you miss... Oh, this is loaded. I don't know if I'll get DMCA'd for that, but oh my god. Oh my god, that is just Ed Sheeran Pokemon. Heck yeah. Almost good morning, almost good morning. I hope you're doing well, Felitas. I used to have migraines as a kid. I went to my doctor who told me cheese and chocolate. Yeah, I said bull. She said it could be stress, and I was like, bingo. I've grown out of them now, thank God. But no one could believe that a teenager would be so stressed out that they had a medical condition. Yeah, funny that. when life is getting more and more stressful for teenagers, that could happen. I had to do IVF to get embryo because life-altering. Doing another transfer next month. My pain tolerance is so high, but doctors don't believe in pain. And patients who have had endo the day birth is easier. Oh god, that's bad. Mine was never chronic, but I could totally see why people don't want to deal with it. Yeah, mine isn't chronic unless it's a bad trigger in a short period of time. I am with, basically there are triggers that will make mine worse, but even if I don't do anything, I'll probably still get them. So, like, and for me, chocolate isn't one of them specifically, but sweet things are. Having a lot of really sweet food will normally trigger a much worse migraine. Most of mine are caused by exhaustion though, not stress. Mine have never been caused by stress. Thank God, because like, I'll be honest, anyone who's had stress-related migraines, the last 2 years must have been absolute hell for you, and I'm so sorry. Because let's be honest, we've been living through pretty stressful times the last couple of years for anyone. But no, mine are not caused by stress. Never have been. But like, a lot of people wanted to assume that they were. But like, no, I can be really stressed out and not get migraines. But if I get just a little bit overtired, wham. Migraine, and then I have a migraine because I'm overtired, but then I'm overtired because I have migraines. And so it's like, that's why probably my migraines are chronic, because it's very difficult to manage it when literally being tired makes you have a migraine. But then obviously you're tired. Most people are tired at the end of the day, right? So either I spend all day in bed sleeping basically every day, which is not good for you either, or I deal with the fact that when I get a bit tired at night, I will probably start having a migraine by the next morning. It's a very difficult one to manage. Like, honestly, what am I meant to do? Sleep 24/7? Not kidding. When I went all night, I was like, okay, maybe not the buddy calls one. The woman goes, yeah, how fast can you get to a hospital queue? I can't believe it. Like, that's meant to be insanely painful. Like really, really painful. Appendicitis is like an intense pain. So the fact that you were like, that bacon buddy in it, like, Jesus Christ, Helix. What are you? What is your pain tolerance? I go to the hospital with my gallbladder attack until 12 hours later before I assumed it was just IBS. We went to hospitals thinking that I had appendicitis a couple times. I didn't. I had all this stuff happening though. They were like, listen, if you were older, we would check for gallstones. But for now, we'll say it's a rumble and leave you go. And I was like 12, like, ow. Ow, bitty dubs. But we went immediately. There was like, I'm like, I don't remember if appendicitis meant to be more painful, but I feel like it's meant to be insanely painful. I know a couple people have had it who are just like, no, not that. How the hell? What is your pain? Yeah, tired bright light moments are the biggest triggers for mine. Streaming too long in front of bright lights have triggered migraines before, yeah. I don't get light, so like I can stare into a light for a pretty long period of time and it not cause me any issue. Flashing lights though. Light on, light off. That's like, I will start having a migraine normally within 10, 20 minutes. It's really quick. Flashing lights are like the only real light-related trigger I get. But then, by proxy, it's difficult to go outside at night because like a car going past will trigger it. So, like what am I meant to do? Like, so we tend to stay inside when it's dark. Because it triggers just a little bit too easily. I try to avoid traveling at night. And if I do, trains are normally better for me. And I often still have migraines because I get tired, but like, whatever. Normal. Worse because I have narcolepsy, cataplexy on the side. I think my appendix almost ruptured, but I had endo surgery the week before. They just assumed my endo was IBS catching up, and I went for surgery, and boom, that went bye-bye. It's a weird continuous say, but it wasn't that focused. Only at night wore on, I couldn't sleep, and it didn't go. He tried to sleep, and I started throwing up, and I was like, yeah, I probably need help. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good indication that you need some help. God. Honestly, maybe it's just, so I'm a real wimp for pain. I've said this before, like, I am very wimpy for pain. I think a lot of people assume that I have a really high pain tolerance because I have a chronic pain condition, but like, no, I'm a wimp. Like, I'm terrible. I can barely sit for a tattoo. Like, I am a wimp for pain. And, yeah, so if I am, like, in discomfort, I'm like, I'm calling someone. It is time. I am dying. Help me. doctor for, and that's only because I thought they were going to tell me that I was dying, because I didn't think they were migraines. In fact, I was dead set that they weren't migraines, because most of my family have migraines, and like my migraines didn't look anything like theirs did, and so I was like, okay, it can't be migraines. I've seen migraines. I know what migraines are, and so I just assumed that I was dying, and I didn't want to go to the doctors because I didn't want them to tell me that I was dying, so I just didn't go until Shiny forced me to. So it took me a few months to go, and then once I went, they were like, it sounds like migraines, but I'd rather do a head scan, because I do have some symptoms that are a little bit unusual, and they're not like unheard of by any means, but they're just not quite so common. And so I had my head scan, they were like, yeah, no, migraines. That's great. Fantastic. Yeah, I don't do well with flashing lights either. Even though I have 20/20 vision, my eyes tend to focus light more intensely than my retinas, and some people just don't. Some people can't handle that sort of thing. This is why it confuses me to this day that more games do not have the option to take out flashing lights. Because like, I'd really like to, especially horror games. I love horror games. Horror games are like one of my favorites, but a lot of them include flashing lights as something you can't take out of the gameplay, which means people like me can't really play the game in anything other than a tiny window. Like, I can still play it just needs to be windows, so it needs to be quite small. And that really takes away from the horror experience. Like, you want horror to be full screen, fully immersive. So when games don't have the setting that allows you to take flashing lights out of it, it's like, I'm not sure about that. That's a real shame, that you don't have that. So I could actually make it scary. I say gold bladder similar to kidney stones, just a different location. I love genetics. Oh my god, genetics! I love them. Fantastic. Genetics are amazing. Yeah, anyway, that's my rant. My small rant about like why the hell can we not have flashing lights turned off in games as like a standard? Because like, whenever a game does it, everybody really cheers for it. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm the same too. I'm like, yay, thank you for doing that. That makes it mean that I can play it now. But like, at this point, it should really just be a standard that you could take that out. Like, because it doesn't affect the gameplay of anybody who doesn't suffer with flashing light related stuff. But for anyone who does, it means you can't play the game very easily. And yeah, I just don't see why that's not a standard, because again, I can understand sometimes when they don't make things standard when it's like affects certain people's gaming experience, but like this doesn't. It doesn't affect anyone's. It just means having the flashing lights as an optional thing. Like, keep it on as default, because I will always check settings anyway first. I think most people do. But like, have it so that you can turn it off, because yeah, there'll be a lot of people that might benefit from it. And like, it's not just people with migraines, obviously, if you're looking at like broken epilepsy and stuff like that. Letting those people be able to play your game too would be kind of cool. Can you do VR stuff? Never done it. Probably not. For all reasons listed above. It's really weird. Like, epilepsy doesn't exist. I know, it's like, it's relatively common, honestly, comparatively. But like, sure, okay, yeah, we won't have it as something you can turn off. It just makes no sense to me, like why these kind of things aren't, like, again, it feels like a really easy fix, so like, why not do it? But then I do really appreciate it when companies do that, and there are more and more people making it so it's like you can turn off. Appreciated. Oh, I can't even watch it being played. Oh. For me, I'm very like, if it's flashing lights, then that's probably it. But I just have to make it a small window. I don't know if that's something you've tried, or maybe you have and it hasn't worked for you. For me, as long as it's not my whole screen, as long as it's like a little window on the screen, it doesn't have the same effect. But that does mean there are some games I do just have to play in windowed, which it takes away some of the horror, I would say. If it's a horror game specifically, it doesn't feel as scary when it's like this much of your screen. You know? Well, I don't have a huge issue with VR stuff, but I got a curved monitor, I couldn't look at it for more than 10 minutes. I was so mad that I spent so much on it, I forced myself to get it. It was a solid 4 months of pain. I ordered off a VR training thing, and I straight told them I can't do that. Yeah, like if you can't do it, you can't do it, and you have to do what's safe for you as well. I still want to get flat monitors again though, I just can't justify paying that much again. It's fair. This monitor was a hand-me-down, and that monitor was 50 quid. Oh no, that's not a 50 quid monitor anymore, is it? Because Shiny broke my monitor. That's like 100 quid now, to be fair. It is nicer than the one I used to have. I didn't pay for either of them. Hand me down and somebody fixing my old monitor, but oh dear. The whole fade to white or flash to white is like, ouch, yeah. It's like, again, I'm not saying that it has to be just taken out of all games. That's not what I want. I want there to be an option to turn it off. Like, just turn it off for people that can't physically deal with it. No reason. Hand-me-downs are the best. Hand-me-downs are the best. Doing hard mode Photoshop, yeah. I feel like I do hard mode Photoshop anyway. The way that I draw in Photoshop is like very janky, but it works. Husband's a gamer, so gives you the old ones. Heck yeah, that's a good position to be in. Dear. But yeah, that's... Thing is, people will listen to what I just said and be like, there's another disabled person wanting stuff from people and giving nothing back and, you know, not giving solutions or just making problems out of nothing. Like, because that's kind of what you get when you talk about accessibility. You get the whole, like, oh my god, like, there's like 2 people with epilepsy in the whole world. Like, oh my god. Like, this is so stupid. You're just targeting people so they can't have fun. It's like, it's really not that. It's really not that at all. Oh, it's like, accessibility is not about excluding able-bodied people, it's just about making sure disability, or people that are disabled, can also have fun with the game. It doesn't mean your experience has to change at all. Your experience can be legitimately exactly the same. It just means that people like me and other people who struggle with flashing lights can have a safer experience in a safer video game. And like, isn't that a good thing? Doesn't that just mean we have more people to talk about the game with? You know? It's not a bad thing. It shouldn't affect your experience at all. It's like when there's a ramp to a building, right? You don't have to take the ramp, you can still take the stairs, but the ramp's there for people that can't take the stairs. And it doesn't affect you negatively, but some other people that can't take the stairs can enter the building. But people like to make it about that. Like, it's not so baby, so like, why have this kind of thing? I think, so I obviously was not born disabled in any way. I became disabled when I had chronic migraines every single day. Basically, yeah, so that's kind of what ended up getting me to this point where I am right now. I need help looking after myself and like making sure that I can do normal human things to stay alive. But like, I wasn't born like this, and like, it wasn't something I accepted for a long time because I wasn't born like this. And I had my own stigmas about disabled people as well. Like, I couldn't be disabled because like, look at me. And like, I didn't associate with the word. That's okay. Another issue I have with Twitter, other than the fact that, you know, it tackles very nuanced subjects with like 3 lines of text, and that's not how you tackle a nuanced subject, but whatever. People try to claim that because something is a disability for someone, it has to be a disability for everyone. I don't know where that came from, but you're wrong. And also, not only are you wrong, you're being a shit, because like, there are people who are not gonna have exactly the same symptoms as you, and I'm not gonna wanna be called disabled. Twitter people, some people don't wanna be called disabled, even if they have all the symptoms that would classify them as such. And you know, it's the people that are always like, I'm open to like, I listen to people, I do this, I'm like a warrior for free speech, and I wanna make sure that they have that in their profiles, and then they'll say things like, if you have the same condition as me, you're disabled, and you don't get a choice. It's like, I don't remember who said it, but somebody said a while ago, when people have those kind of things in their profile pictures, it makes me trust you less. And like, I could, again, only speak about the disabled stuff. That's the only group that I'm a part of that would really count as that. I guess technically I'm LGBT, but like, I don't really, what do you call it? It's not something I talk about a lot on stream, yeah? But like, what I do talk about is being disabled and how it affects me and yada yada yada. Half the people that say that they specifically try to support disabled people are like some of the worst shits you've ever seen, and I'll try to speak over disabled people. You know what, let's go into some more drama. I have some stuff to say. So let's talk about the game Hers a little bit, shall we? Just a little bit. So I was nominated for a game Hers for cosplay, which was really, really thankful to whoever nominated me. I really appreciate it. There have been some stuff to do with ableism in the past, from the Game Hers, which is something I found out after I was nominated. Can I tell you that somebody quoted a disabled person out of context to further their own points about the Game Hers? So people were speaking over disabled people and taking screenshots with the disabled person cut out of the screenshot to say that the Game Hers was shitty. And nobody is actually going back to look at the original post. So there is, obviously, I would say, when they said neurodivergency is not a disability, like, that's not true. It was bad wording, and I was willing to, like, I would have liked to see them corrected, but, like, what happened after that was not that. So the stuff to do with saying Symmetra is they said Symmetra from Overwatch is an amputee, which has disabled her, but she's doing all of her stuff, good stuff. She's also neurodivergent, but that doesn't disable her. So that's not a disability, is what they said. They said it wasn't a disability. What they meant to say was that doesn't disable her. Not that it's not a disability, because it absolutely can be. But what they got in the comments was neurodivergency is always a disability. You can't be neurodivergent and not disabled. That's how it goes. And these comments had hundreds of upvotes. People being like, neurodivergency is always a disability. What are you talking about? I'm neurodivergent and I'm disabled. Okay, yeah, that's your experience. But there'll be a lot of people who are neurodivergent with your exact same experience who don't want to be called disabled. Crazy, right? Crazy. Also, the idea that neurodivergency is always a disability means you kind of, like, it can be. I mean, if you, like, for instance, autistic people that need help to speak and stuff like that, it can be. Absolutely it can be. But it also doesn't have to be. Like, there is a spectrum, like, of like, you know, I have depression and I am disabled by my depression. Are two different statements, and they could be two very different people with two different experiences, you know? Like, neurodivergency can disable you, but does it 100%? No. Should you assume that it does? No. You don't assume someone's disabled just because they have the same condition as you. That's a no, 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 no. And everyone was like, yes, Queen, please say it louder. And it was like, these people are being ableist. And you're supporting them because you think that because they are talking against the original thing, that that's good. No, what these people are saying is not good. It is really bad. And just because it's the opposite of the original statement, which was also bad, doesn't make any of these people right. Second point. One thread went really, really viral during all of this comparatively to the others, and it was a screenshot of something saying, basically, disabled people are not your inspiration. Okay, I would agree. I am not inspiring for being disabled. I would say that I'm not inspirational for being disabled. That doesn't make me an inspirational person, nor should it ever. It's the idea of like, well, they get out of bed so I can go do this kind of thing. It's like, it's not great, it's not ideal, and it's not something any of us want to see. However, the context it was taken from was a streamer celebrating themselves, a disabled streamer celebrating the work that they'd done for charity, which is inspiring. Being able to do that much hard work for charity is inspiring regardless of whether you're disabled or not. That's what they were celebrating. And then the Game Hers wrote underneath, or they had like a GIF underneath of, you are an inspiration. Which is a fair thing to say, in my opinion, when someone's put that much hard work into something. Like, it would be like saying, well, you can't be inspired by Jelly. Jelly's disabled, so if you're inspired by her to do cosplay, you're ableist. Excuse me? Excuse me? Like, actually? Anyway, the person clipped it. They didn't clip the person who they were responding to, and they didn't clip the streamer's response, which was to thank the Game Hers for the response. They were like, thank you for noticing. And that all got clipped out, and then this stuff was spread that the Game Hers was going around to disabled people and saying they were inspirational for being disabled, which never happened. Like, and not only that, this whole thread is based on speaking over a disabled person, which, I'll be honest, I don't think you could get more ableist than that. Speaking over a disabled person to push your own agenda. Do you get much more ableist? Like, It's up there as like a really bad thing to do, and this person is being praised by everyone for shedding light on what Gamehers is doing by telling people that they're inspirational for the hard work that they do, and trying to make it like an ableism thing when it never was. Like, and it's so frustrating, I will say as well, because I'm a petty person. I took screenshots. So if I need to back any of this up, I have screenshots of the original post and what the person clipped. I have the screenshot as well to show that the comment from the streamer was there when they clipped it. So they purposefully removed the streamer from that post to push their own agenda. Again, I'm not going to name the name. You can find them pretty easily, but I'm not going to name who it was. Basically, I see you speaking over disabled voices and trying to claim that it's for the sake of disabled people. I don't care if you're disabled yourself. You doing that, speaking over other disabled people to push your own agenda, is ableist, and like, you won't convince me otherwise. And it was so frustrating because the real issue, the only issue at least in the last few years that I've seen with the Gamehers, is the comment they made on Symmetra, which they apologized for and basically re-explained that for her neurodivergence is not a disability, whereas the amputation was. They apologized and clarified that they'd spoken incorrectly, and they went and apologized again later on. Like, they didn't just apologize once, they apologized multiple times for this, which was basically a flubbing of your words. And it really frustrates me, because as someone who is disabled, and there is ableism out there, focusing on things like this, which are basically nothing burgers that people have clipped out of context to make someone look like trash, is like such a pointless display of like, I'm the better person. You're not. And all the people that I saw posting on that, none of you were better people. Like, unless you were someone who was like, that's not, like, neurodivergence can be a disability, that's not how you put that, then you were being trash. I'm sorry, you were. Like, it's oh my god, it like frustrated me so much, because when I first saw it, I was like, oh shit, this is bad. If this is true, this is bad. It takes like 10 minutes research to realize people are clipping things out of context to push their own agenda. Because isn't it fun to find a company that's being ableist? The other thing I do want to say is the stuff to do with the non-binary stuff, I ain't touching that with a barge pole, because that was actually shit. let me just back up a second. The stuff to do with including people who were specifically non-binary in a completely female gendered event, that was shitty. But like, you know, as somebody who is not non-binary myself, I can say from an outsider's perspective, it looks shitty. But like, I am not going to comment so dramatically on that, but I will comment on the ableism claim. And it was so frustrating because I watched other streamers who were talking about it, and I so badly wanted to bring up the fact that people had clipped disabled streamers out of context to make some of those original posts, and that a lot of the posts actually underneath it were a lot worse than what was originally saying. But I didn't know how to approach it, because it makes you, when you say actually nah, it makes you look like you're the ableist here, because the rhetoric has been pushed so hard that it's like you can't say anything back against it without being ableist yourself. So rather than just pushing it back against it on my own stream, I can explain why the stuff people are saying is actually worse. Claiming that neurodivergence is a disability is also not correct. It can be a disability. Migraine is not a disability. It can be a disability. And trying to claim like the blanket statement that everybody who has these conditions is disabled is ableist, because a lot of people don't want those labels attached to them, even if they have the same experience as you. And just because someone with the same experience as you doesn't consider themselves disabled, it does not invalidate you. It does not invalidate your condition. It does not invalidate your struggles. So pushing that on other people, whether they're real or not, it's not a good rhetoric. It's not a good response. It doesn't make you look like the good social justice warrior you want to be. Because you can be a social justice warrior and not be ableist. Let's put it out there. My god. So yeah, that's one thing. If you've not been here before, hello, I screenshot things. Because otherwise I gaslight myself into believing that I'm in the wrong a lot of the time, and like, come on. Have I ever been wrong, guys? Have I ever been wrong? Only like every day, but you know, On some things I have pretty good opinions every now and again, I'd like to think. To your genetic link to like, to, yes, yeah. The diabetes, there's so much you could say. I'm sure there's so much Vile could say, and like, yeah, other people in chat could say about this kind of thing where it's like, it's bad. Some of the rhetoric around diabetes is bad. These assumptions are bad. There is a disability. It can be, but it's not always. Yeah, just because I can be disability doesn't mean it has to. So I'm autistic. We went to a doctor when I was like 12 about it. So, you know, it's been something that's been a part of my, like, okay, things make more sense now. Has it disabled me? Not personally. It was useful to know, and there have been things that I've had to work on since, especially after finding out, so that I can do things better and work better and also not suffer as much. But there are still things I struggle with, and that will be for the rest of my life. It is how it is, right? Is it a disability for me? No. Also, would I change it? No. I personally wouldn't. But if somebody else would, that doesn't, you know, discredit my feelings. My migraines, did they start out as a disability? No. Did they end up becoming one? Yes. Would I change it? Yes. But again, if somebody in the same position as me wouldn't change it, that doesn't discredit me, nor does it discredit them. Like, our experiences are completely different. So the way that we want our future to go, it's all gonna be different. And like, trying to put people into the, you have the same thing as me, and our feelings are the same. It's never like that. It's a lot more, and again, I do want to give people a bit of not the people that screenshotted stuff out of context. I give you no benefit of the doubt. You knew what you were doing and you were pushing your own agenda. But the people that responded to it, Twitter does give you like 3 lines of text to respond, so I can understand it, because to an extent, if you have to shorten what you have to say so it sounds harsher, I do give you a bit of the benefit of the doubt there, because Twitter is very difficult to have a nuanced discussion on Twitter. But the people that clipped or like screenshotted stuff without context and specifically speaking over disabled people to get that context, yeah, I don't rate that. I also don't rate that that's become like one of the big driving forces. I do also have my own feelings though about the game Hers, and do you want to just jump into like drama? Like, I know we're sewing, but like, so the game Hers, I did check out every single streamer in my category, all of them. Because I like to meet more cosplayers, not because I had any ill intentions. I should say, I wasn't doing that because I was being spiteful or mean. I did it because I wanted to meet other cosplayers, and you know, I don't often get that chance. Let me just catch up on chat before we go into this new drama. New drama, almost there, but I'll be back in a sec. So like nobody else exists in the world, I know, right? No divergent, and that doesn't make me disabled by default. Exactly, and it's offensive to assume that you would be. But if you said that you were, then okay, that's fine. But that's your choice. Disability, there are times it will appear on your medical record, for me, that it does. It doesn't mean that I have to use it as a label for myself if I don't want to. It's a choice, it's a choice. Oh dear. Nor BMI in the military doctor with a generic influence. Yeah, and like, there's always a stereotype of people with diabetes that you must be like really overweight or really unhealthy. Like, it's completely your own fault that you have this condition. Not how it goes. There are like risk factors with certain things, but the idea that everyone with diabetes is like their own fault, especially with like the different types and stuff like that, that's not the case. Like, there are people like, it'd be like coming up to someone with breast cancer and being like, it's your fault you have breast cancer. Is it? I don't know. There are things you could do, like maybe not smoking, like keeping a healthy body to try and prevent it. But at the end of the day, you get breast cancer. You've got breast cancer. You should still be treated like a human being. Jesus Christ. I'm autistic, do not consider myself disabled, and my friend does. And we're carbon copies of each other. Exactly. And that's fine. You're both fine. It gets me. He's now an innocent smoothies. My God, you never know what they do for diabetes. Insulin, and had a normal diet beforehand, so he has a complete genetic issue. And as much as I hate this spectrum relation is easier, typical to understand. Yeah. Get those receipts. Jenny got the deeds. I do keep the deeds. Also, Rafiki, welcome. You've joined in the middle of a rant. This is an echo change of narcissism. Oh, absolutely. It bothers me because I never leave the house either. I'm also in an echo chamber, but like, I'm not a shit. Well, at least I try not to be. No, I have a lot of traits. Maybe fun, but there's no reason for me to get diagnosed. But it's like, well, this is the thing as well. It's expensive, so like, as long as it's not something that's affecting you negatively. I would change my tone if it was affecting you or the people around you in a really bad way, as I would with any condition. If it's getting dangerous for anybody, getting a diagnosis is the most responsible thing you could do. But if it's not, why spend the money? Dear. I have a character who gets called ableist in the game we play. I play the characters as like a vampire, OCC, and we have a lot of laughing. It's a condition, you scum. But it's only game relevant. I actually kind of love that. Hello, this is Jellystream. We have drama. I like to live by the quote from Maya, which says, do good until you know better, then do better. So if there's something I'm doing that isn't addressed, I'm definitely open to being addressed by it. Yeah, and I kind of feel the same. Again, I had pretty negative views of this, not purposefully negative views, but I did have a lot of stigma around disabled people before I became disabled myself. And it shouldn't take that. Like, it should be that I knew beforehand, but I didn't. You know, I grew up in a society, and there were things that I didn't know until becoming disabled. And I hate the spectrum idea too, leads us to an idea of high functioning and low functioning. Yeah, I'm not keen on those labels personally myself, because you could be very high functioning in one aspect and very low functioning in the other. So really, saying you're standard medium functioning, that's not a thing. And like, you can't say you're only high or only low, because a lot of people will be good at other things. And like, yeah, it doesn't really work that well. And low functioning just makes it sound like I would never want to be called low functioning. But if you call me high functioning, it sounds like I don't have any struggles. This is no real winning. Dear. If you need treatment for anything else, it's a valid path if you don't need treatment. If you have markers that are able to say your thoughts and feelings you want to say, well, go for it. Even more drama. Heck yeah. I have got like a lot to say. I love the background music makes your words more dramatic. Is it? Thank you, Felitus. I didn't notice, but I appreciate it. I feel so bad for them to get lung cancer and everyone assumes they're smokers because it happens. Yeah, lung cancer is another one. You can get lung cancer. I can get lung cancer. I don't smoke. Like, anyone can get lung cancer. Cancer in general. I don't get anyone cancer. It is, you know, there are things you can do that help not get it, but just because you can still get it just as easily, unfortunately. Also, a lot of it is like, if you're, so like, a lot of it's not necessarily to stop you getting the cancer from what I kind of can tell. A lot of it's also like, if you get the cancer, it'll be easier to treat kind of thing. Which means it's still not your fault. It's just, I don't think anyone should be blamed for that kind of thing either. Like, why would you blame someone for a disorder that they're getting? But there are some disorders like lung cancer, like diabetes, where like it's almost just the tradition to blame the person. I think the stigma stuff is a logical result of most people just generally not being aware of things because the majority of people don't count. Yeah, true. So if you go out there and wear it, this is the thing. I'm happy to say that I had some pretty bad views and negative views at one point. I also had some very generalized views, which there's a lot of nuance around it, which I didn't see until I was a part of it. Like, I didn't consider myself disabled until a couple of years ago. My symptoms haven't changed for like 5 years. And I didn't consider myself disabled until a couple of years ago because I didn't want to come to the term with the fact that I needed that much help. Even though nothing changed from before I considered myself disabled to after. For me, personally, it was something that I came to terms with over a long time. And if anyone had called me that in that time, even though it was on my medical record, if anyone had called me that during that time, I would have broken down. I would have been so upset because I wasn't ready to consider myself like that. And it's nothing against to say people that also would have at the time considered themselves disabled. I just didn't see myself in that boat. I still wanted to believe I could do everything myself, and I wanted to believe that I was not struggling, and that wasn't the case. And it's not that every person like that is in denial, but for me I was, and which meant that if you'd have come and called me disabled, I would have been really upset. Like, I wouldn't have taken it well, let's put it like that. Isn't 1 in 3 people get cancer or some kind of lies? Yeah, it's really high. A lot of people, unfortunately, as well, as you get older, you're just more likely. And then there's people with it in their genetics. And then there's just random freak cases where it happens. It's a lot more rife in society than you'd think. All cancer in your body not being able to stop the overgrowth cells. Yeah, like, what are you gonna do? Tell those cells to stop growing? Like, until that's possible, no. Me as an autistic, I'm high functioning in the things I do, and I don't do well. The things I don't do well, I'm low functioning. It's like there's like I'm like pretty good 90% of the time. You do one thing, and I'm not going to tell you what it is because that's too open, and I don't trust everybody. But if one thing happens, it's one specific thing, has been since I was a child, I will be on the floor screaming. I'll completely break down. As an adult, with some help, I am doing better, but I will still completely shut down. Like, there is nothing you can do. and like nothing I can do either. Like I got to a point where I'm not screaming, and that's about as good as I get. Like, and at that point, I can't do anything. You can't do anything with me. You can't make me move. You can't. If it's in the middle of the town, it's in the middle of town. Like, and at that point, I would be considered low functioning because I can't communicate, because I am causing a scene in public, because I won't eat, I won't move. We don't know how long it lasts. It can last days. It can last an hour. Like, you know, we don't know. Oh, dear. So you've already had cancer, your body was just able to stop the overproduction of cancer cells. Yeah. How comes it reminds me of the backlash that Spiritfarer devs got, one of the characters in the game? Oh, did they? Did they? Literally a statistic that by age 5 you've stopped at least 1 or 2 at a time. Cells at Work describes it perfectly, and I like Cells at Work. I like Cells at Work Black actually, because Cells at Work Black is a body that's like and they're like, I remember it's like episode 2 or 3, and they're like trying to give the body a boner, and they're like, they're not well enough for this. it's like, it's a really weird episode, but it's very funny. Dangerous, I think that the trigger probably, but it came out in the previous round about needing help. Oh, maybe. Not gonna lie, sounds kind of scary. It is really scary. If people trigger that kind of stuff, it's terrifying. Hey, but driver update ready. I'm not gonna do it right now, but I have it. Of course, we could do something. A bit of duct tape easily fixes screw. Just. They're a chainsaw with like heart disease, yeah, but they're also like an alcoholic, right? And they've got like stomach ulcers, and they've got like hair loss, and oh, they got STD, didn't they? I'm pretty sure they got an STD, and it was really strong. Like, everyone was trying to overpower this STD, and all like the white blood cells are getting like slaughtered by this STD. That was great. If you haven't watched Cells at Work Black, it's interesting. Yeah. Press the update button during stream live on the dangerous side. True. It'd be live on the dangerous side too. People were mad. The character in the wheelchair were upset because they used to be so active. Like, yeah, sometimes people hate the health issues, change their life. This is the thing. I don't think it should ever be portrayed in a way that the only way a disabled person can be happy is by getting better, because I also fell into that. And if that's the case, you don't chase your own happiness. And like, it's a very detrimental thing just generally to think, but also it's specifically for disabled people to be put into like feeling like they fit into that category, because I definitely was someone like that for a while, where I was like, I can't be happy until I get better. And like, that's a very dangerous mindset for you to be in personally, especially if you're gonna be disabled for a while, like either indefinitely or for like the fair future. Like, you know, you can't get in that mindset, and there are a lot of things in society that do make you feel like you can only be happy once you're better, and like, that's not good either. But there are going to be people like me who desperately do still seek to be better, because their disability is so painful or so uncomfortable, or it makes so much that they love like inaccessible to them. So it's not that every person is ever going to want to, or is going to want to improve. Not everyone will, and it's not that you can't, like, you have to get better, but also you have to chase your happiness while you're ill. Like, so it's again, it's a very nuanced topic. It's difficult because everyone has their own experience, and there were people with chronic migraines who aren't chasing to get better, and like, who have just accepted that this is their way of life, and that they won't have as much time to do some of the things that they enjoy, but that's okay for them, and they chase their own happiness, and that's fine. Again, it doesn't devaluate anything that I feel about wanting my migraines to go away. But it's still important to chase your happiness while you're disabled. Like, you can't wait for a cure to be happy. And so it's like, I'm very, like, again, it's a very nuanced topic, because I can understand where people are coming from. The idea that you can only be happy as an able-bodied person is a really bad rhetoric, but at the same time, there will be people who will chase that, and they shouldn't be downplayed either. It's both. It's both. In one of the apps, yeah, how would that not be upsetting? I had never heard it talked that way before. I needed to hear that, though many people would argue that what I have isn't an illness. If it is something that prevents you, and again, like, in the UK, we've recently had it changed where depression, anxiety, things like that can be disabilities. Because if they're getting you to the point where you're not looking after yourself, you're not eating, you're not, like, consistently, you can't get yourself out of bed most days. Maybe you have such severe anxiety you can't leave your house, so you need people to help you get things to your house. That is, for many people, will be a disability and something that they need support with. It might not be support for the rest of their lives. It might just be support for a year while they're getting through something hard. But it doesn't change the fact. And if they choose to be labelled as disabled, nice rhymes, then it's absolutely valid. And if someone chooses not to be labelled as disabled but still claim the same help, that's still valid. We could tell you, but we wouldn't want to do anything that set you up. Oh, my diabetes caused depression for solid 10 years. Since it's changed so much, I took a lot of soul searching to find peace with it and move on. You couldn't tell me at the age of 12 to just get over it. Yeah. And this is the thing, you know, different stage. It's such a nuanced discussion because everyone's in different stages. For me, I always describe it as going through, like, grief. There's always a feeling for me of wishing that this wasn't something that I deal with. But over the years, it's become lesser. It's become something where I can get by day to day. And I still have rough days, but, like, for the most part, I can get by in a positive way day to day and work around my symptoms and, you know, just deal with the fact that, yeah, half my life is going to be in bed. That's it. That's all I have right now. And that's okay. Like, what was it, 4 years ago, I was sent to emergency therapy because I was in such a bad mental place, I couldn't be left alone. And, like, the switch up from there to now is huge. And the only thing that's really changed is my approach. That's why I don't think there should be a rhetoric that people have to be able-bodied to be happy and that disabled people will never reach that happiness, because that's not true, and it's not a good thing to put on yourself, because that's how I felt. That's how I felt like I was forcing myself. And that kind of is what got me into such a negative state, because, like, how could I be happy like this? But also, we don't devalue people that do want to get better or do want to recover from their conditions or do want a higher quality of life. Like, that's not something that should be stepped down on either. It's both, and everyone's different. You might want to be cured sometimes, you just have to accept the problem and see that it won't ever happen. In those cases, it's much better for one's mental health to be happy while disabled. Exactly. Acceptance can take a while. It can take a long time, and it's different for everyone. Some people within a year are like, yeah, I'm okay, I'm fine. You know what? Everything's good. It took me several years to get to that point, and, like, even now I have bad days, but, like, I think that is just how it's going to be for me personally. If your journey is very different, even if you have the same condition as me, that's completely fine. If you've never had that kind of issue with grief, then you're fine. That's fine. It's all good. We're just different. I'd say that I wouldn't have listened. My goal in life to do something that was taken from the moment I was diagnosed. Think of the scene Little Miss Sunshine where the boy found out his colorblind and couldn't fly a jet. Yeah, that was exactly me. See, listen, everyone's different, but that was me. Just looked in Spirit Factor and totally missed it in my playthrough. What sucked for me was I told every year the cure is within 5 years. Yeah, that's the same for us often. We're given a lot of hope about every treatment, and you have to have hope to an extent. It's hard when the treatments don't work. Every time a treatment doesn't work for you, it's hard. And you're on them for a long time. The longest I was on one of them was nearly 2 years before we decided it wasn't working for me. So every time you're told a treatment doesn't work, you're like, well, I just lost another 2 years of my life. I just lost another 9 years of my life. And it's very difficult to get out of that mindset. It's hard. It's hard. It is hard. And I don't want to come in here and be like, it's easy, get better. It's not like that. It is hard. But there's also a lot of nuance about it because everyone's experiences are so different that you can't just blanket say something's bad because it's not your experience. I think that's kind of what I want to say about that. It's not bad because it's not your experience unless you are pushing a narrative that you can only be happy while being able-bodied. That's a bad narrative to push. It really sucks. I was someone so young, much harder to accept. Yeah, for sure. It took me 10 years to accept that I'd had enough and needed help. Shame it happened 1 month before the first lockdown and suddenly there was no one to talk to. Lockdown was hard. Yeah, my age didn't help at all. But when you're young, yeah, the narrative sounds kind of ableist, and it is. It is. But it's also a narrative that's been pushed for a while. I think a really good example of the opposite of that narrative is How to Train Your Dragon, one of my favorite films, How to Train Your Dragon. So you might forget, but for 2 of the 3 movies, Hiccup is an amputee. And, you know, it's never really used because, and you know, you see him in the first movie realize what's happened, but then see the support of the community that he has, and that it's something that he can get through. And I think it's a really good example of like, and there's a lot of amputees, by the way, in How to Train Your Dragon. Like, it makes sense in the context that a lot of them are missing limbs, but like, you know, a lot of people who are amputees in How to Train Your Dragon. There's a lot of characters that would potentially be considered disabled, including the dragon. I'm glad someone noticed, yeah, including Toothless themselves. But with the right support, with the right equipment, they live exactly the same life as everybody else. And it's never really brought up as a disabled thing as much as it is just kind of there. And like, you know, for Toothless, the extra accessibility was really important so that they could live a regular dragon life. And same for Hiccup. They both needed that so they could live a regular life. But they had that like equipment and support and stuff like that. But it doesn't make them less of a character. They don't necessarily want to change it. It's not something they need to change. It is something to come to terms with, and that's hard. Knowing your new limitations and stuff like that is difficult, and you kind of see it in a really like smooth, easy way throughout the progression of the movies. And yeah, it's never really brought up too much, like not as a bad thing at least. It's good. It's good. It's probably one of the best, at least in my mind. I guess the opposite of that would be, I don't want to trash too hard on this stuff, but like movies like Split. Movies where like the character's disability is the main focus and it's also a really negative thing. And like you can't help but think the character would be better off without it. Like that's kind of a bad narrative. Normalizing a representation of disability is important. Absolutely it's important. And like, yeah, there are places to do it better. There was a special where Hiccup designs Toothless an automated tail, but he doesn't want it and smashed it because he wants to be with Hiccup. That's very cute. But yeah, like, you know, it's a nice way of bringing in disabled characters without like in your face being like disability representation or disability is bad. Like for me, it's something that's affected my life very negatively, and I don't want to downplay that. But I am not just a disabled person. It's why I don't put like in my Twitter bio or something like that. I've put chronic migraine, I think, in my, but like crafting through chronic migraine. I don't know how serious that people take that. I got it in my Instagram. I specifically don't put disabled because I want people to see me as a cosplayer first. I happen to be disabled. And I'm a cosplayer first. I'll always be a cosplayer first. Like, it happens that this is the case, but like, so? So what? Oh dear. The big factor in how quickly someone can accept a disability is how people around them talk to it. Diabetes will probably be not such a big deal in the family since several people already have it. It's just in our genes. And like it helps if you already have people who have tips and tricks but like, I'm joking, but like also being serious, people who have things like recipes maybe that would be better for you and like stuff like that which can help you out. It's just nice if you have people that understand what you're going through as well. Like I've said before, everyone in my family has had some sort of migraine. Whether it be chronic or intermittent, whether they be hormone or stress related, everyone has migraines. So when I say that I have migraines nearly every day, they know what it's like. Even if they don't know what it's like every day, there's an understanding of why it's difficult. Insert subject character here, yeah. Honestly, the way you present yourself helps a lot with that, I think. You're a cosplayer who sometimes can't stream because you have a condition. Yeah. And like, I don't want to come into stream and be like, we're going to talk about disability again today, because that's what I am, disabled. And like, if that is what you do, if that is the focus of your stream, go off. Because of course, it's nice to have people that are specifically, I feel the same about like the LGBT groups and stuff like that. People will search for people who can relate to them. So if that is your deal, if that's what you want to do, you're fine. Like, you're good. Honestly, it's important for the people coming into Twitch who are looking for those groups to be able to find you. Same reason I don't put LGBT in my title, because even though I'm bi, it's not something we talk about, really, ever. And so if people were looking for support with their own sexuality, as much as I would be very supportive and welcoming and yada yada yada, it's not a constant topic of discussion, so it feels unfair. Migraines a little bit more because they affect nearly every single one of my streams. So we do have invisibility disability there. Invisibility disability, you know, the disability where you become invisible. Did people look for people they can relate to? Apparently I relate a lot to ranty aspect of stream. Heck yeah. Well, should we go on to the next part of my rant now? Because this does kind of tie into the whole token aspect. I can't prove any of this. Just as like a big disclaimer, this is from what I have seen and not proven in any way. Just my opinion. Okay? We've done it. My opinion. Cool. We're good. Opinion. I went through every cosplayer because I wanted to meet the other cosplayers who've been nominated for Cosplayer of the Year through the game has. They fell into 1 or 2 categories for the most part. There were a couple in between. Under 5,000 followers, and you were either disabled, a person of color, or LGBT. Over 5,000 followers, you were probably white, and you had none of the above. And you were probably a fair amount above 5,000 followers. Like, we're talking like 100,000, we're talking like 50,000. Which made it feel like they picked a few of the big cosplayers, and then they put in a load of token people. Because how else would you, like, it's weird. It's very weird. And like, it made me feel weird because it felt like if I hadn't been disabled, I wouldn't have been on there. Like, that's how it looks. I can't prove anything, and I can't prove that this is the case. This is something though that you can go check yourself by going through the nominations. It feels like they picked a few of the big ones who were probably nominated a lot, and then everyone else, you fit one of these categories and you were put on there because of that. And like, if that's the case, I want out. Honestly, I want out. Like, I am not a token disabled person. I want to be on there because you think that I'm genuinely a good cosplayer, not because, oh, look at this disabled representation we have. You know? You know? And again, I can't prove any of this. This is all speculation. All speculation. And I don't want to be on record being like, this is the reason that all of these people were picked. Because when you go through them, there are some very, very talented cosplayers in there. They absolutely deserve to be there. There's some amazing looks. And I don't want to like downplay the fact that these smaller streamers weren't good enough to be there. That's not the case. They were all very talented. It's just there's a theme with the smaller streamers. And most of them fit into a category. And like, I know a lot of cosplayers on Twitch. Like, I can name loads of cosplayers on Twitch who are female and who would maybe be in those categories, except that they're not disabled, they're not LGBT, they're not POC. And it's like, it's weird to me, and it feels like they decided to pick people in one of those categories and only pick people in those categories to look like they had loads of representation. Because when you actually look at the amount of disabled people streaming on Twitch, and especially streaming cosplay, look, not that many. Not comparatively to able-bodied streamers. Nothing against that, there are less disabled people in the world. It makes sense, okay? So why are the statistics so skewed on the game hers? Why are there so many more people in those categories? Because, and this is what really annoyed me, because that would be, in my mind, more ableist than any of the stuff people are like chatting about on Twitter. The stuff people are chatting about on Twitter, that's nothing. That is literally a nothing burger for the most part. It's like they've apologized about, or it's like people are like screenshotting out of context to make it look bad. It's nothing. This though, that would actually be a problem. If I only managed to get on there because I was a disabled streamer, that's not good. And like, I don't want to be on there if that's the case. I don't want to be a token disabled person. If the other streamers only got on there because they were in one of those categories or a few of those categories, that's bad. And like, again, I can't prove that that's the case, and I don't want it to sound like I'm coming out with specifically facts here. It is just from observation. There are a few people in my category that have a lot of followers, and they don't fit into any of those 3 categories. But when you look at the majority of the people that are nominated with less followers, they do fit into one of those categories. And it's just weird to me that it's been done like that, you know? You know? I don't know. And again, I can't say that. It could just be a coincidence, and there is always a chance, and that's why I'm like, please don't take what I'm saying as fact. You can look into this yourself. It's also a good opportunity to meet other cosplayers. Like, if you go through the Gamer's nominations for Cosplay of the Year, you can meet other cosplayers, and that's great. It's just weird that the partnered people who are in those nominations all fit into one category, and the rest of us all fit into something else. It's just weird. It's just a bit weird. Again, I also don't want to diminish the achievements of the partners in that category. They're also very talented cosplayers. Everyone in there is pretty good, except for like 2 or 3 people who don't actually stream on Twitch. Bit weird. I don't think there was any vetoing process, because there were a few people that I went to go follow and then realised they hadn't streamed for 2 years. Which was a bit like, oh, okay, I probably won't follow you then if you haven't streamed for 2 years. Not because I have anything against you personally, you just don't stream. So yeah, that was a bit weird as well. But yeah, what really got to me was the amount of people who fit into certain categories but had a lot less followers versus the people who were partners. And it makes me wonder if there are more people that would have been in between nominated that weren't picked because they didn't push the narrative that Gamehers wanted to push. All assumptions and theories, none of these are straight facts, and I don't want you to take them as straight facts. I want you to look into it yourself. I want you to have a look at what I saw. And I'm not going to go through it on stream because that means calling out a lot of streamer names who do not necessarily agree with what I'm saying, and I don't want to push that on them either. It is my own observation and my own theory. It has nothing to do with any of the other streamers that got nominated, and I'm not trying to say that they don't deserve to be nominated. They absolutely do. It's fantastic. They all the people that I followed were amazing, and like I followed most people. The people I didn't follow, like I said, were never streaming, so that's why I didn't follow them, or their accounts didn't exist anymore. But yeah, everyone else I followed, and they were all really cool and absolutely deserved to be there. It just felt like something's just rubbing me the wrong way, and maybe I'm too suspicious, but like if that is the case, that's more of an issue than anything else Gamehers have done. Because here's the thing, it's like giving me handouts. Like, imagine in a cosplay competition if we were like, oh, well, Jelly's disabled, so we're gonna give her a few extra points, you know? No, judge me on the same stage as everybody else. Do not take the fact that I am disabled into account during a judging, and that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like Gamehers has taken into account the fact that I'm disabled to like boost me. And no, on the same stage as everyone else, please, because how can you really celebrate my achievements if I'm not standing on the same stage? Like, it doesn't make me feel good. When I looked into that, it didn't make me feel good. Oh, also, Deb, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. You come in at an interesting time. Ah, dear. We stand token people. Love me some good old elves and orcs. Heck yeah. Oh dear. I stand token stories. I don't stand an absolute lack of editing. I'll be honest, I've no idea. My husband, old work, did that crap. Was promoted, had less experience, education, and qualifications. Yeah. Also, Zay, thank you for the horn. Dear. There's a reason I show nothing about myself in categories about. Sorry, stiff. A few people are more interested in me, and that's not what I'm doing. Yeah, that's fair. It seems a little too sympathetic to be accidental. I think it's worth looking into. Question everything. I did notice, I'm sorry. Pity points seem unappreciated for all the hard work. Gamehers does not have a good track record just as a platform, let alone anything else. I think that bit is what really bothered me though. The stuff on Twitter, it's nothing. And it's not as bad as a lot of people are making it out to be. But this is the kind of ableism that genuinely affects people. This is the kind of stuff that we have to like fight against if that's happening, because it kind of infantilizes us. We can't do as well as everyone else, and so we have to be given handouts. It's that kind of narrative, and it's awful. It's really bad. It's the idea that a disabled person could never do as well as an able-bodied person in something. And so we give them handouts because they can't do as well. Like, they're disabled. They can't do as well as an able-bodied person. It's that narrative, and that's a real problem. Not just in streaming, in everything. In literally everything. That's why I have so much issue with it, because you're acting inclusive while doing one of the worst things you can do in a real-life scenario to a disabled person. Again, I can't speak for the other groups in there. That's not my place. I can only speak for myself, and it is bad. Rants are fun, only took 7 minutes. I'm sorry, Dan. It's so literally to gender jobs, like trying to get women into engineering. No. The reason being there's a stigma there already. There is already a stigma that women shouldn't be engineers and should be designers, and men shouldn't be designers and should be engineers. I do believe encouraging the opposite gender to get into those roles, it's not a bad thing in the way that like it helps destigmatize something, but I don't also think people should be forced into a job they don't want to do anyway. More like you have it open to you. It doesn't matter if you're gender. Regardless of gender, it should be open to you. Yeah. Rant or no rant, horn will not be stopped. True, true. Love the rant. Power Olympic proves that wrong. I can't swim and run as fast, but I have all my limbs. They would trounce me. And this is the thing. Of course, there's going to be times where disabled people will be in separate categories. And I think the Paralympics is a really good example of that. Because there will be times where it's just not fair for people to be on the same playing field both ways. Sometimes disabled people will automatically not be able to do things as much. Sometimes they'll be faster, cough cough, running. And like having the different categories as well within that, because putting somebody in a wheelchair up against somebody who has amputated legs and like the spring shoe type things, like no, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But you know, in creative things, yeah, as long as you still have basic accessibility, there's no reason for us to be on different playing fields for the most part. For the most part, because there will always be exceptions. But like, you know, yeah. Women in trades. I work in the mechanic shop, only go in the shop, but I should have, should they need it. Heck yeah. People they mess the nominees around and get added guys like Jacksepticeye. Oh yeah, Jacksepticeye is my favorite woman on Twitch. Obviously. And again, the non-binary stuff, I'm not commenting on that personally. I don't agree with the way that they've handled it. I think it's really ugh. I think they had good intentions and no good outcomes. So like, I don't agree with that. But like, again, I can't speak on it, really. I can say my opinion, but it's not, like, you listen to non-binary creators when it comes to that sort of thing. I'll talk to you about ableism. Hello, it's me, your ableism guide. Except I can only talk about some things, but I'm still here. About equality or it's about equity, not equality. Treating someone equally isn't right. Giving someone an equal opportunity to succeed is. Yeah, it's like male interior designers should be treated the same way as female interior designers, but they should feel like anyone can go into that job role. Like you both have the same support to get into that same job, you know? But once you're in it, like honestly, good luck, regardless of your gender. Good luck. They find better jobs than being a mechanic at this point. Oh heck yeah. Heck yeah. Semi-trained attractive skills that need it. That's fair. Like, listen, if you get a better job, like, you go for it. Heck yeah. But yeah, I don't like the like. I think some things help get rid of stigma, and that's good. But giving handouts, most people don't like it. Some people will, and that's fair. But like, I don't think it's a good all over, and especially if you're not saying anything about it. ET got to series about female Navy SEAL candidates that dropped out. There was a sexist question after the CO debate about whether they took a spot away from a male candidate. The CO replied with no, and then asked a second in the con how many people males dropped out before there, and it was like 120 plus. Yeah. Oh dear. And go, hey, it's me, your ableism guide. How to be ableist? 1. Oh dear. Yeah, like, it really frustrates me when I see basically everything we've talked about today. It's a very nuanced topic, and it doesn't belong on Twitter. If you actually want to help, don't go to Twitter. Bugger off Twitter. Twitter is not somewhere you can help with this kind of thing. If you find that a company is actually doing something that is ableist, email them. They might not see it, but they'll also probably not see your Twitter post, so... like, Twitter sucks. There's no nuance there. There's no way to explain your full opinion. Like, you've seen me, it's just taken like an hour to explain why something could be conceived as ableist. How the hell are you gonna get that in 3 lines of text and be listened to in any sensible way? You're not. Twitter is not a place to discuss, like, why someone is ableist. Not unless you're doing, like, I guess a twit longer, and, like, most people don't read them. And not unless you're really famous. Do I think of use gloves? And I'm like, it's dirt. I have soap. Yeah. The only reason I'd say to wear gloves, personally, if you want to keep your hands clean, fair enough. But also, like, if you're working with dangerous chemicals, hazardous material, like, maybe. Like, personally, I try to keep my hands kind of clean because it's the only thing you can see on stream. I don't always succeed, but I try. I'm on the way to say, oh, you're fine, Deb. Take care. Thank you for popping by. I hope. Oh, wait. I'll ask another time. Take care. Have some good Z's. But yeah, Twitter is a not good place for trying to claim someone as being ableist because you will never really have the text to explain why and the nuance and like maybe a better way to do something. Oh, you're curious. I was going to ask if my alpaca is alive. I just wanted to know if the alpaca still survives. Sorry, it really wasn't important. I just wanted to know. Most of it is oil. See, I wouldn't like that. It'd get under my nails, and then you'd see it on stream, and I'd be like, oh. Did you eat my alpaca? Did you eat it? Just breaks the energy. Is the alpaca still alive? I just need to know. Good. Oh my god, no! You ate my alpaca! How could you? Poor Jelly! They were pregnant as well. I was pregnant and you ate me. What's that, like? Kind of like a turduckle, but it's a me. A jelly. But also, how could you? Twitter is also on the internet. No matter what you say, some will also always disagree. Yeah, for sure. And like, obviously, there's me coming in and like disagreeing with like so much stuff. I wonder, did I? No, you know what? I'm not going to. I have the receipts if anyone wants to call me out on any of the stuff that I said. Like, I could do it, but I would rather not throw anybody under the bus. If you have seen the thread going around about the game hers where they say that disabled people are an inspiration, I do highly recommend you look a bit further into that and find the original post. It's from early in August, I believe, maybe late July. It's that kind of time that the post is made. It's made by a very prominent disabled Twitch streamer who uses their platform to raise lots and lots and lots of money, and also a huge amount of awareness for lupus after some personal stuff, like with them as well as their family. The charity stuff they do, like if you are running a charity stream, look at the stuff they do, because like this isn't because they're disabled, they're an inspiration because of the amount of hard work they put in, and they are an inspiration, not because they're disabled, because they're a hard worker, because the work they do is fantastic, because they're a good example of how to run a charity stream on Twitch successfully. And the way it was clipped out of context. Oh, context, please. The context is that it was, they had told that Twitch streamer they were an inspiration after they had posted a bit about some of the success they'd had on Twitch with charity streaming and the hard work they put in. And Twitch said, the game her said, you're an inspiration. And that was then screenshotted out of context to say that the game hers is going around calling disabled people an inspiration, which, while technically not untrue, it is totally out of context. The context was saying that the person's achievement was, an inspiration, which it was. And I really don't like the narrative that you can't be inspired by disabled people. Like, I would agree, being disabled is not inspirational in any means, but achieving things should always be inspirational. And you can separate the two. Like, people have told me they're inspired to enter TwitchCon cosplay contest next year because of my one. Now, I'm not going to turn around and be like, ableism, my god, you're inspired by me, a disabled person? My god, out, you, get out. Because it's not ableist. I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that. That's not happening. The context matters a lot. If somebody came in and was like, you have migraines every day, wow, I'm so inspired by you. Like, you get out of bed even though you have all these migraines, inspirational. Like, yeah, that's kind of shitty. But to say that you're inspired by my cosplay is in no way ableist, and it never should be. And I really hate people clipping that kind of stuff out of context to try to push their own prerogative, like their own narrative that someone is ableist. Like, if there's evidence there already, use the evidence. Don't make up new stuff and speak over disabled creators to do it. Shitty. Shitty behavior. Dear Pipia was the one who left and collapsed. My prisoner escaped and killed all the... Oh no! Oh no! Can I have a jelly too one day maybe? When we get more alpacas. Taste of threadlock bear and grease of your sandwich is delicious. I love grease with my sandwiches. Oh, were you asking Dem for context? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you triggered my rant. My bad, you're getting this context instead. I was finding my frankly unreasonable paces for sewing banners. Thank you! Thank you, Sunkoi. And I am inspired by you and your use of prosthetics, even really complicated ones when it was a relatively new skill for you. It makes me want to give it a go. I'm also inspired by you because you're diabetic, and wow. Wow. Wow, I can't believe it. So inspirational. No, only the first part of that is true. Because, like, literally, the second part is what we don't want. Like, being inspired by our achievements is a good thing. Like, anyone. anyone who puts their stuff out there online, it's very complimentary to say that you've been inspired by it, right? It's a huge compliment. And like, I don't like the, oh my god, we're so touchy, us disabled people, that if you would say you're inspired by our work, we'll claim ableism and block you. Wow. No. No. Like, it's a huge, huge compliment when someone is inspired by your work. Like, huge. Yeah, What, you mean my body's inability to control triggers infinite? Oh my god, you're right. I've changed my mind. Oh dear. Hell yeah to Shadow Rule, thank you. The context is RimWorld. Inspire how you treat others as integrity of your craft. Oh, thank you. See? Look at all you people not being ableist. Although, like, listen, if you want to say you're inspired by my migraines, I can ban you. I have my hammer ready. But yeah, this is the thing. It's like, the context makes so much difference. And again, I do want to clarify, a lot of the people commenting that I'm kind of ranting about, they wouldn't have had the full context, and not only that, they, you only get like a couple of lines to write on Twitter, so stuff might have been condensed. So again, it's not a good platform for discussion, and when people are clipping stuff out of context to push their own narratives, it really doesn't help, because of course, if I had seen that without context, that they just posted, "You're so inspiring" on a disabled person's you know, page, I would have been really suspicious too. But knowing the context, it's not suspicious. Not only that, the streamer has responded positively to it because it wasn't suspicious, and I don't like seeing that. It's like, let's create an issue where there isn't one, and it just makes people, like, it just makes it seem like you can't compliment a disabled person without being called ableist. And like, no, that's not the case. Oh dear, the robots, heck, everyone regularly forgets to eat because they're so focused. True, actually, it's like 2:30 in the afternoon and I've not had lunch. I've just been ranting about this. It edited doctored context it is, which makes it deceitful. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Actually, I'm gonna double check, because if I can, I'd actually like to show you. But I don't want to show you if it's got the name of the streamer in it, which it might do, to be honest, because normally I do try to remember who each person is. And if it does have that, then it's not worth it. Okay, so that's the one which is like, oh no, I've blanked it out. Okay, right. Let me show you some actual tea. Right. Again, the name of the streamer is in there, the one that was being complimented, and what I'd say is, I'm not gonna cut that out, because I would say, if you haven't met this streamer before, their name's Tiffany Witcher. They are a fantastic streamer. They stream for Lupus. They raise lots and lots of money for it. They are, if you are looking to do a charity stream, they're a really good example of a charity stream done well. And I would recommend to check them out just for that. So this is we're really diving into tea here. So this is the comment. I'm not going to show you the name of the person. You can see I've kind of like overwritten it. As you know, the game has one of the groups that was non-binary inclusive but refused to change their name. But now they're also the groups that think disabled person as inspiration porn. We don't live to inspire you, we're just trying to live. This thread got some traction. And that is because they have this picture underneath something else saying, "Thanks for inspiring me," right? So this is it clipped out of context, okay? The context, I don't think I have the top of the thing, which is going to really bother me if I don't, but I can at least show you the streamer responding positively. "You are too sweet. Here is the disabled streamer responding positively." Also, I don't have the top of it, but it was basically just them talking about their achievements over the last month. They were basically just, it wasn't, "I'm disabled." It was, "I have been achieving good things." And they responded, "Thanks for inspiring me," which the streamer responded to, "You're too sweet." Like, show me the ableism, actually. Or is it ableist to be inspired by disabled people? You know, that's a thread that got some traction that I highly disagreed with. Oh dear. I'm not inspired by your migraines, but knowing how bad they are makes me feel bad for complaining when I have one. No, and I don't ever want that to be the case. I'm sorry, damn, I'm sorry. Even, I say this before, if you have one migraine in your life, you've had one too many migraines. Migraines are awful. A lot of people go to A&E or the intensive care, whatever you call it, basically emergency room after having their first migraine because they think they're dying. They think they're having a stroke. They're in a really bad state. I can't undervalue how much one migraine is too much, and you should still receive support even for that one migraine in your entire life. Like, that's still important. It doesn't matter if you have migraines every single day or, like, once. While the support might be different, you should still be receiving support. Yeah. That's called doctored. Yeah. And, like, it was very frustrating, to put it lightly, because I really like Tiffany Witcher. They're a fantastic streamer. They were one of the first streamers I ever followed. That's going back because I wanted to do charity content myself, and I found out that they were a fantastic through the grapevine, they were a really good charity streamer. And so, like, of course, I went and followed them and started watching their stuff because I was like, and I was inspired by the stuff they were doing for charity to inspire my own charity streams. I don't believe that it's ableist to be inspired by someone's hard work. Like, I knew that they happen to be disabled also, yes, but the hard work that they put in is inspiring because it's hard work. And, like, so seeing that this is the case, it's like, well, I don't like seeing people speak over the top of her. She said thank you. She's happy that people are inspired by her. I imagine if I went to her and was like, I don't know, because I'm a very quiet person, I'm also shy. She's one of the first people I ever followed, so, like, I'm very shy because, like, it's just, it is how it is. I'm sure some people here are the same, like, with streamers that they followed for a long time, that it's like, shy. I'm shy. But, yeah, basically, I'm gonna blush because I'm shy. But, yeah, basically, I imagine if I ever spoke in a chat, which I can't imagine doing because I get shy, and I said that I was inspired by the work she put into her charity streams, and that it inspired me with basically every charity stream I'd ever done, because she was the original, like, she was the person I went and watched for that inspiration. I'd hope that it wouldn't come across as an insult. Like, I really don't think it should. Like, she's inspired me so much with so many of my charity streams. Like, without her, I probably would have never run Boobtober. Like, because she does, like, an ongoing, she's always raising money for lupus. And that was something that I'd never seen before. And so without her, there's no way I would have ever attempted a month-long project. And I don't want that to come across as an insult, especially to someone I respect. But it also really upsets me to see people using her to push a narrative that she never did. Yeah. Quiet person when you're sleeping? Oi. I get shy. Listen. Feels like just so you want to make sure you take care of yourself. That's a bad habit I have of taking care of others. Oh, I think it's not a bad one. Sis considered shy by many people I never understood because she wasn't shy to me. There are a few people I'd be very shy about, and they're probably like some of the first people I followed on Twitch. It's just how it is. It's like starstruck mentality, Yeah. I was very shy when Luna's cosplay came in here because that's someone I've been very inspired by. So when they came into my chat, I was like, like, I don't know how to handle that. Without you, I wouldn't be having any fun running it either. Oh, thank you. So basically, we're a long train leading back to Tiffany Witcher and being like, hey, you've inspired many things. But not because she's disabled, because she's fantastic at what she does. Ah, dear. But yeah, anyway, that was a very long rant. So she's like, blame Tiffany. I should really shout them out, to be honest, like, if I'm gonna say all this stuff about them. I'm sure some of you have seen them around before. Like, they are a very prominent streamer for charity streams. Like, they are very, very good. I don't know why I went to go see if they were live right now. I don't think they would be live right now. That was not the time. Now is not the time they stream. I'll search them instead. I went straight into, like, they're gonna be live right now. We can raid into them, but no. Also, I couldn't raid into them. I couldn't raid into them because I would be too shy to raid into them. Ah, there we go. Oh wait, I don't know why I'm doing this. I could literally just, oh whatever. You know what? At least I know that I'm spelling everything correctly. I literally could just type it into chat. I'm an idiot. Oh, good night, Dan. Take care of yourself. Thank you for popping by. I'm sorry for keeping you up an extra what do you call it? An extra however long you were kept up. Wait. That's me. Wait. That's not, wait. Wait, delete that. Wait. Why is that not working? Do I need to type it? What is happening? What? I swear I'm not Tiffany Witcher. Oh, you got it. Thank you. What? Why did that happen? It's like, okay, why did it change? I had to get rid of my ones because they were saying me. That was an odd one. I don't know how I feel about that one, Twitch. That ain't me. Yeah, if you haven't checked out Tiffany Witcher before, this crush, if it sounds weird, why would you shout them out? God damn it, Zay. Also, I like that your cats have already changed to little Halloween beans. Very heckin' cute. Heck yeah. I don't know why that was happening, but if you haven't checked out Tiffany Witcher before, they use a VTube model, they raise lots of money and awareness about lupus, and they have them for years. They're incredibly talented, and not only that, they're also a voice actor. They do a lot. There's a lot of reason to be inspired by them, in case you're interested. But yeah, definitely check them out. They've got a really cute model as well. Listen, I'm a fool for purple. I think purple's fantastic, and so they have a very purple model, and I'm a big fan of it. Oh, thank you for shouting out Tiffany Witcher like that. I appreciate it. Wait, how the hell did you do that? Oh god, no! This is another example of my mods knowing more than me. Small note: instead of super circles, they have the quote option. I quote or the context awkward words. Only when I can be taken out of Final Garden. Oh yeah, for sure. Listen, I am aware we have like 500 quotes on this. Oh, also, thank you, Dem, for doing that. But yeah, go to sleep. What Anna Shadow says, throw popcorn. Oh dear. Didn't know if you did. Well, apparently I do. So hell yeah, you should hopefully be able to see now that we have a permanent shout out for Tiffany Witcher. But anyway, which is something that I would want to give. They're a very talented streamer, and I highly recommend going and checking them out, especially if you're considering doing a charity stream anytime soon, because they'll have lots of useful information, but also just watching their stream, it makes it a lot easier to understand how things can work really smoothly. So yes, big ups. They do some really good charity streams. It pops at the top if you just click, you can follow. Oh, that's really cool. Wait, is that why it doesn't pop up for me then? Is it because I'm already following them? Because I can't see it popping up at the top of stream. But is this the one where it's only if you don't follow them that you see it? Because I don't see it. But I think that's because I already follow them, right? Like, I already know this person. Also, I am going to have to end stream in a minute because, my god, it's been 5 hours and I probably don't have time to start Animal Crossing now. So, I will do a little bit of a raid if that's okay. Everyone stay with me. Sorry for, like, the 2 hour long rant. My bad. I had a lot to say, honestly, and it was bothering me quite a bit that things were happening like that. We could raid into Jords. Wait, why is Jords live? Listen, I don't care. We never get to raid into Jords. Let's raid into Jords. Thank you for the raid calls in chat. No Animal Crossing. It's okay. Maybe we could do it tomorrow. If I have, if I stop ranting early enough, maybe. Let's go bother him and yell at him. Yeah, for unusual hours. Exactly. Oh, Shadow was given to Var Mods. Heck yeah! If you're not following Var Mods, go check them out. I'm gonna have to learn how to do that because I don't know. Ah, dear, never too late to cross the animals. I'm so sorry. We must cross them today. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining me. I'm sorry for ranting so much. But it's something that I feel quite passionately about, and I think a lot of people were pretty disingenuous about when it was happening. It's not to say that Streamhouse doesn't have problems, they do. Like, I'd say the non-binary stuff is like a really easy fix they're just not doing. And the stuff that I was talking about, having looked through all the cosplayers, it was a little bit suspicious. And I'm sure maybe there's other things, but those are the two that I can think of. It's really frustrating though to watch things like disabled people being taken out of context to push someone else's narrative, and it's exactly what I stand against. There's a lot of nuance that you just can't get across on Twitter, so like don't go sending harassment to anyone because again, like Twitter nuance, it doesn't exist, And there's, you know, although some people might have said things I don't necessarily agree with, I also can't 100% say as well that, like, I don't agree with them because they didn't have enough speech to elaborate. So yeah, don't go send any hate to anyone. That's not what we want to do. But I do want to bring attention to the fact that there were some suspicious things happening. But yeah, here's what that makes it even more to the point. Thank you! Right, let's go heckin' raid. Shout out to, oh, thank you. Thank you, Dem. I appreciate it. Right, we're going to Jords. Let's all go Jords.